this morning. And also, fortunately, Rike Frank Jorgensen from the Danish Institute of Human Rights will not be with us, and she would have reported the experience of the Council of Europe Guide to Human Rights for Internet Users. So we were wondering if Wolfgang Benedekt is maybe in the room. If he is, he'll be invited informally to maybe share with us a few comments from the Council of Europe experience. But with that said, we have more time for our wonderful speakers. So they were invited to comment on a number of questions that will be posed. Maybe you can take 2.5 minutes to answer each question instead of 2 minutes as initially considered. And I think with that, we can certainly start. So the first question for our speakers, which really is about learning how these meaningful documents have come about. So what was the context, atmosphere, and also the background, and also kind of actors that have gathered together in order to elaborate such documents. And of course, also, where do these documents sit in the longer tradition of international human rights documents? So Marianne Franklin, maybe you can go first. You have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claudia. First of all, may I wish everybody a happy, if that's the right word, International Human Rights Day. It is the 10th of December, and we are in International Human Rights Day. So the Charter of Human Rights and Principles for the Internet, which I hold up in its English booklet edition, got off the ground in 2009. Drafting process took up to 2 years. It was an attempt, a successful attempt within the Internet Governance Forum space to get all sectors, tech community, corporate representatives, academics, lawyers, governmental representatives, and very much importantly, civil society organizations, to translate and interpret existing international human rights documents so that they spoke and resonated with the emergence of our digital lives. 10 years ago, this was not an obvious proposition. The Charter is modeled on the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It collates, curates, and revises these essential documents, which go right down to the 4th generation of rights that the UN organization has put together and member states have endorsed. And in that respect, it's a bridging document. It's a vehicle, it's a backbone, it's a point of reference, and it's a point of account, and it's a source of accountability. So it's been going 10 years. It has, to a large extent, helped address the disconnect at the time and suspicion, mutual suspicion, about where human rights, particularly human rights advocacy, and technological advances through internet technologies, where they're actually connected. There are still many schools of thought who believe they are not connected. But the Charter is one of the documents, along with the Marco Civil, the Guide to Human Rights from the Council of Europe, and many others, that show how this connection is actually already in law and just needs to be teased out of the woodwork, so to speak, put into relief and made speak to those who have to deal with the legal, technical, and cultural consequences of our online and offline digital lives that are now totally interconnected. Thank you.
Thank you, Marianne. Thank you for very clear, concise, and also for highlighting how these documents can really be bridging tools. So the same question is posed to Edith, and Ojo, I guess you can hear us, and you have the floor. You have to unmute yourself. We can't hear you.
Okay, thank you. I hope you can hear me now.
Yes, very good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So the African Declaration on Internet Rights and Freedoms emerged against a background where on the African continent, we were seeing a rush of laws and policies from many different countries seeking to govern various aspects of the internet and internet activities. Unfortunately, the vast majority of these laws were not human rights respecting and seemed to take a punitive approach towards everything. So we thought that it was a good idea to put in place a set of principles that would guide law and policy making around the internet in a manner that would be human rights respecting, and also to guide advocacy by civil society and other stakeholders. So the declaration emerged from this idea that was discussed by a handful of internet rights advocates at the sidelines of the African Internet Governance Forum, which we call the African IGF, that took place in Nairobi in Kenya in 2013. So the idea really was to provide guidance for advocates, policymakers through a Pan-African initiative that would promote human rights standards and principles in the formulation and implementation of policies, both at the national level, but across the continent. So in February of 2014, a larger meeting was convened in Johannesburg, and Henriette played a key role in facilitating that meeting, which discussed this idea. We were able to reach agreement on some of the key elements of the document, and to agree on a process for developing those principles. At that meeting, we also agreed on the name of the document. We decided to call it the African Declaration on Internet Rights and Freedoms. And I was charged with leading a small drafting group to produce a first draft of the declaration. And essentially, this process entailed distilling the principles and standards to be contained in the declaration from a variety of documents that were already in existence, that had been approved through various processes. And therefore, these principles, these standards were not in dispute. They were not controversial because they already existed in different contexts and different instruments. We were merely pulling them together, and in some cases where they were not specifically on the internet or digital issues, applying those same principles that had been established. So from the development of the text then was then followed by comments from organizations that were represented at the Johannesburg meeting, which were slightly over 30 organizations, principally from civil society, but also from other stakeholder groups. We had wanted to have government participate, but unfortunately, apart from NIPAD, which is a regional body, there was really no participation from government entities. The comments from participants were then followed by comments from a variety of experts from Africa and beyond. And then we had an online public consultation process, and then advocacy meetings with individuals and organizations from different African and international stakeholder groups, including bodies like UNESCO, the UN, Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Expression, who was at that time David Kay, and so on and so forth. So that was really how the process unfolded. Now, the declaration builds on well-established African human rights documents, including documents like the African
Unfortunately, this connection is not very stable, so we hope that at the time we'll come back. But I'm afraid we can't hear him anymore. So maybe as we wait for the time to get back with us, maybe we can move to our second question to Marianne. And the second question really is about what happens with a document like this after it emerges. And so, of course, very difficult to talk about impact, even more to attempt measuring impact. But certainly, as we follow the life of documents that have been there for such a long time and have been integrated and updated, it's crucial also to consider what has been their relevance in maybe strengthening the community around not just the IGF space, but also beyond. So how do you see the life of the document these days? And you have the floor.
Thank you. I would just like to bring into the discussion the Guide to Human Rights from the Council of Europe, because that was one of the first developments of the Charter of Human Rights and Principles for the Internet. And so we have, in fact, three documents: the Charter of Human Rights and Principles for the Internet, the Guide to Human Rights for Internet Users from the Council of Europe, which was released in 2014, and of course the Marco Civil, the Brazilian human rights framework, extremely important work. And all three helped each other, inspired each other, and piggybacked, if I might say, in a productive way off each other. So the main way the Charter is at the moment being disseminated is in its booklet form and through the 10 rights and principles. Note, this is the Charter of Human Rights and Principles for the Internet. So it very much speaks to existing and emerging international human rights standards as they are articulated online and at the online-offline nexus. So the booklet form has really helped disseminate the Charter digitally, in digital form, and very much in hard copy, which has been very successful. It is now in 12 languages, 11 official house style, 1 through our Russian colleague, and 2 on the way, Nepalese and Georgian. It's been in political institutions. The New Zealand Green Party used the 10 rights and principles and the Charter itself as the backbone for their launching of a digital policy. The Spanish Senate has been introduced to the Charter in its physical form, in its Spanish edition. We've seen it in educational settings, Syracuse Law School, and our Italian colleagues in 2 universities in Italy and at Dublin University in Ireland and in the UK. In internet governance spaces, the Charter is spoken to, from, and referred to in various ways, implicitly and explicitly, at Eurodig, European Dialogue and Internet Governance meetings. At the Net Mundial, the Charter was given, how shall I put it? It was flagged or tagged, as we now say. The Fundamental Rights Agency has considered the Charter in light of other human rights standards for the online space. The Council of Europe is a very important partner because the Internet Rights and Principles Coalition is an official observer at the Council of Europe's Steering Committee on the Information Society and Media, or Media and Information Society. At the UN and UNESCO, and of course the UN Human Rights Council through its special rapporteurs have been extremely important, just 5 more seconds, extremely important to helping the writing and the dissemination of the Charter keep close to its authoritative sources, namely the special rapporteurs on the right to the freedom of expression, and more recently, the new special rapporteurs, the inaugural special rapporteur on the right to privacy, and at municipal level, which we will hear about from our colleagues at Amsterdam. The Charter has been helpful there, and we're very pleased to have been part of that launch of the Digital Cities Coalition, if I've got the name right. So that's it for now. I'll find a copy of the Council of Europe Guide in a minute and show you on screen. Thank you.
Thank you, Marianne. Thank you for mentioning all these different spaces and different levels. Also, thanks for mentioning university activities that we've done with students. And I can anticipate that in my upcoming course, we will again be looking at the Charter and maybe developing some new ideas. So more to come on that space. I wonder if Edita managed to get back to us. Can you hear?
Yes, I'm back on. I'm back on. Apologies for the...
No, the connection was a bit unstable. So actually you were interrupted when you were highlighting the human rights standards that the declaration has been inspired. You may take it from there and then go into my second question, which is more about what has been the effectiveness and how it has been used and how it has been picked up by other actors and spaces. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and apologies for the interruption. So as I was saying previously, the declaration sought to build on established human rights standards and principles, taking as source human rights instruments on the African continent, principally the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, adopted in 1981, the Windhoek Declaration of 1991, which ultimately led to World Press Freedom Day that is now celebrated on the 3rd of May around the world. And the 10th anniversary document of the Windhoek Declaration, which is the African Charter on Broadcasting, and then a major human rights document on freedom of expression adopted by the African Commission on Human and People's Rights in 2002, which is the Declaration of Principles of Freedom of Expression in Africa, which was recently updated after a revision in 2019. And then, of course, we also had the African Platform on Access to Information Declaration that was adopted in 2011. So all of these had already established in various ways freedom of expression around both offline and online, and this declaration sought to build on all of those. So in terms of the second question, we adopted a variety of strategies in trying to disseminate this. So one of the things we agreed on very early on was that this was not an official document of any regional body or indeed any country. So we decided that we needed to get endorsements from those sort of regional bodies as well as national governments in order to enhance the status of the declaration and give it the profile that we thought would be useful in its achieving the objective that we outlined in the beginning. So we got endorsements from bodies like UNESCO, from the UN Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Expression, and then we went about launching the declaration at the national level in different countries. And through that process, we got a number of national governments to endorse it. The declaration was first launched at the night IGF, which took place in Istanbul in 2014. And then we also relaunched it at the Highway Africa Conference in South Africa the same year. That's an annual gathering of media stakeholders and other information activists. And we thought that it was a great opportunity to present that document to stakeholders within the African continent. And then again, at the 10th IGF that took place in Brazil in 2015. So it's been launched at the national level in many different countries in sub-Saharan Africa, as well as the West African IGF. It was presented to the global freedom of expression community at the General Conference of IFEX, International Freedom of Expression Exchange, which is a coalition or a network of freedom of expression organizations from around the world. And they held that conference in Trinidad and Tobago in 2015. And this was presented to them and again endorsed. And it's been presented and discussed at a number of editions of World Press Freedom Day celebrations convened by UNESCO in different countries around the world. It's originally produced in English, but has been translated into 3 other languages: Portuguese, Arabic, and French. It's also been distributed mainly online, but also hard copies have been distributed at different events around the world. The African Commission adopted a resolution in 2016, which also endorsed the declaration and mandated the special rapporteur to use it to elaborate or update the declaration of principles that I referred to earlier. So these are the various ways that we've sought to disseminate this and increase its profile and status so that people find it much more valuable for their advocacy and implementation activities. And just to close, one final example of that was that it inspired the development of a bill on digital rights and internet freedom in Nigeria, which was passed by the National Assembly. Unfortunately, the current president did not assent to it, so it's not become law, but we are still engaged in that process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Edith, and also for such a detailed account and for really giving the sense of how far these documents can travel if they are supported. That's extremely interesting. But then, of course, we come to the last question, and I here invite actually short comments so that we can also save some time for question and answer. And the last question is about how relevant these documents are in the current times. So on the one side, of course, we've all been affected by the pandemic, and we've seen how in many cases, fundamental rights have been somehow marginalized and put aside, or concerns are not as much at the center of stage due to other priorities. So what could be the role of these documents? And also, I guess, we have a question that is often posed by talking to young people. To what extent do you think that these documents are also well known, understood, and appreciated, maybe even outside the communities of those who are directly involved? Marianne, you now have again the floor. Thank you for 3 minutes answer.
Thank you. So we have 3 documents. I think the issues are even more relevant. I think we are International Human Rights Day. We have issues around media freedoms. We have a man currently in jail waiting for a court order as to whether he'll be extradited, namely Julian Assange. We have a Moroccan journalist who's just been bunged in prison because the authorities didn't like what he had to say. And we have enormous issues now with human rights at the online-offline nexus being constantly abused, undermined, hollowed out, ignored. All these documents that I certainly have had the privilege to be close to, work on directly, or be privy to the discussions, have put on the official agenda human rights standards and law as these pertain to the online environment. And that means there'd be new conversations. So the bridging has been done, but the crossing of the bridge has yet to happen. People are still standing on each end of the bridge, and there's not enough meeting in the middle, and there's not enough thinking about the bridge itself as a means to preserve humanity and preserve also an internet that is human-centered and not human corrosive. And by that, I also mean in terms of its environmental impact. So the point about, my last point I want to say about are they still relevant is yes, 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 and yes. And the pandemic has revealed, in fact, the very issues that the Council of Europe, the Internet Rights and Principles Coalition, our colleagues and friends on the African continent, is that human rights, no matter how much the human and the machine are close together, still need to be defended, enforced, and able to be enjoyed online, because that's where we live our lives. So too much mass online surveillance being put in place under the cover of COVID. And I feel that more important than ever, these documents need to be in our schools, taken to our managements, taken to our hospital, taken to our procurement committees. So there's a lot of work to be done there. Students now understand the premise. In the years I've been putting this on the curriculum in general and specific terms, students understand the premise in ways they didn't a few years ago. They find the documents hard to read because it's legal language, but nonetheless, they're more relevant than ever before, and we need to fight them to keep their place at the table. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marianne. So again, I'm giving the floor to Edith for last remarks. And in the meantime, I'm inviting all those participating, if you have comments or questions, just use the chat space because we do have some time for question and answer at the end of this intervention. So Edith, you may want to address this last question. What is the relevance of the document in the current times, and if its circulation and reception has been affected by the pandemic?
Thanks once again. Yes, the short answer to that question is that the declaration is still very relevant, particularly because the principles contained in it have really not changed. Of course, there have been some discussions within the coalition about the need to update it to capture some issues which have emerged in the last few years since the declaration was developed and adopted. But principally, the principles remain relevant and valid. What has evolved over the years is the application of the principles. And I think within that framework, one may say that there are some gaps that we did not anticipate at the time the principles were developed, because those issues have taken on prominence in the last few years. Again, when the declaration was developed, so it had sought to place some emphasis on some issues that were particularly relevant for the African continent. One of those key issues at that time was access and affordability. And I think that remains even equally relevant today, but maybe not as bad as the situation was way back then. However, at the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, the coalition came up with a position paper titled "The Impact of COVID-19 on Digital Rights in Africa." And the whole idea was to look at certain principles within the declaration and do some analysis on how they had been impacted by COVID-19 and the response of various governments on the continent to the pandemic. We selected 5 principles which were around freedom of expression, access and affordability, privacy, personal data protection, the right to information and gender, as well as marginalized groups and groups at risk. And the analysis and recommendations around these areas were really hinged on these principles and their application in a variety of sectors. So I think I would insist that the rights and principles of the internet remain constant. Those have not really changed. And it's really in their application that we're seeing an evolution that I think we need to respond to in the current age. So if we do get round to updating the declaration, essentially we'll be looking at how they apply to the current environment and perhaps try to be more futuristic, forward-looking in developing the application of the principles, because there's a question to be asked about how often are we going to be updating and revising this. So again, just to say, short answer, the document remains very relevant today and the principles are still quite valid. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if I may invite you to maybe share in the chat space the link to this document and analysis on the 5 principles that you just mentioned, because I think that would be very relevant to any of us. Okay. And I see that we have one hand up, and then I'm inviting Dennis Redeker from Bremen University, who is also one of the moderators here, to let us know if there is any question or comment in the chat space, or if anyone else would like to take the floor. So with that, maybe Henriette Esterhuizen, you have the floor.
Thank you, Claudia. Thank you, Edith, for doing such an incredible job, as you always do, with your attention to detail. Apologies for that link to the COVID paper not working. I'll post the correct link. I just wanted to really, I think Edith to some extent underplayed how successful it has been. And I think maybe that's because he's too modest. But I think what we really managed to do with the declaration is to get resolutions passed by the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. And I think those resolutions, once they've been passed, including the new Declaration on Freedom of Expression that Edith mentioned, that means that when countries are being reviewed in terms of the observance and promotion of human rights, we can put these things on the table. So I think in that sense, it's been successful. Edith's organization has actually also undertaken strategic litigation inspired by the declaration. I mean, I agree with everything he said about whether it's still valuable or not. I think what is disturbing for me really is that I think we, on the one hand, having increased awareness of human rights and the power of the internet as a platform for strengthening those, in some instances, I think we've also increased awareness of the need to repress the internet as a tool for human rights. And the incidence of internet shutdowns, for example, in Africa is far greater now than it was when we started this work. And I think there's a challenge here for us in our advocacy. You know, how do we actually counter this? how do we stop the internet from being shut down, or social media platforms being silenced during elections? So I think there's a real challenge there. And then I think the other challenge that I found, and maybe I'll come back to that in my closing remarks, is that I think, this bridge, there are many bridges that need to be crossed. And I think one of the bridges is that there's a disconnect between advocacy for social justice and advocacy for human rights in our space. And it's a very, very active bridge. And I think as a movement that believes ultimately in both, and I do sincerely believe that the human rights advocates also care about social justice, and that the social justice advocates also care about human rights, I think we've got to find a way of bridging this divide and developing a common project in our advocacy and internet governance, or we simply will not be effective.
Thank you very much. And thank you also, because you are actually pointing to one of my own concern. And actually, I do have a question, unless we do have from the chat. Dennis, do we have comments or question yet?
So far, we don't have a comment or a question yet. So I invite everyone to think about your questions now for the Q&A that starts now. Otherwise, I'd hand back the floor to you, Claudia.
Yes, we still have 5 minutes before the end of the session.
Claudia.
So while we wait for anyone else to maybe pose question, I think it would have been very interesting to hear from Parminder Singh and the experience of the JustNet coalition, precisely because they have also this attempt of not only engaging other constituencies in the development of the document, but really keeping the document as an open space, precisely to bridge with those other movements that are calling and claiming for social justice and for environmental justice and for feminist issues. And so I do have a question here for Marianne and Editine, also related to how you see, what are the challenges building those bridges? Where do you see the challenge? So is it a matter of resources, of space, of languages, of not having enough occasions to meet, or what have been in the past maybe some spaces that would have allowed that bridge to be made, and maybe we no longer have those? I'm just thinking about the World Social Forum, of course, but similar. So Marianne and Editine, really in 1 minute answer each, and then I see that Michael has his hand up. Marianne first.
Thank you. Yes, there's the oral transcript, the transcript of conversations. There are the written evidence. It's about constantly reminding people of the connections that Henrietta brought up as well. Human rights and social justice are indispensably connected. All the UN documents are on human rights, and arguments about human rights are premised on an assumption that we are striving for better, more just world. People disagree how to get there, the shape of the bridge, the style of the materials used, but those bridges need to be crossed all the time, backwards and forwards all the time. So one can never let up. It's always a base one conversation, right up to conversations with people you've been working with for years, and reminding ourselves of some fundamental terms and how much they matter. And that's all for now.
Thank you, Mariana. And also, you would like in 1 minute to speak to this issue?
Claudia, hey, can you hear me?
Yes. So I think that the challenges are quite many, but just to quickly say that one of the challenges we're confronting is the reality of terrorism at the moment, which a lot of governments hide under to violate rights, to restrict access to the internet, to shut down the internet, and so on. And it's very difficult even for ordinary people to understand that that response may not be the right response all the time, because sometimes really shutting down the internet or restricting access to the digital space does not address the fundamental question, but it's often used as the excuse, and people feel like they have to make a choice between the exercise and enjoyment of their rights and the security that government claims to be providing. So that's often a very difficult challenge, because people then say, oh, but yeah, how else can we deal with the problem of terrorism? On the African continent also, I think the problem of illiteracy and ignorance is quite stark, and also makes advocacy extremely difficult, because when people don't have an appreciation of the human rights standards and principles, then it's difficult to really make them understand that these are rights that they have and should be entitled to enjoy and exercise. And of course, there's also the issue of access, sometimes linked to poverty, but also the absence of infrastructure to support meaningful access. So, I mean, we could go on and on about all of the challenges that confront this issue. But I think that I am hopeful that with time we would overcome many of these challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much for pointing to concrete specific challenges. And as anticipated, now I give the floor back to Michael. I wonder if you had a question or if you're just resuming your role as MC. So, Michael, please.
Thank you, Thank you, Claudia. I've been told I need to speak closer to the mic. Sorry for everyone in the room. But I just wanted to invite anyone in the room as well. Just to, if you have a question, if you have a comment that you'd like to share, please, you can come up to the mic over here and ask your question. We're really trying to take advantage of the hybrid approach as much as we can. If no one has a question at any time, then Claudia, we can give it back to you if you have any closing remarks for this section, or I can also close out the section and then hand off to Dennis.
Please, I think, I would just like to thank all the speakers, but of course, we have more coming up, so certainly we can move on to the next. And thank you, Michael.
My pleasure. I just want to say as a quick note to close the section, anybody that's fighting for, whether it's social justice, environmental rights, human rights, it's especially with the rise in authoritarianism and isolationism that I used to work, for instance, in media development. You're looking at media freedom. Year on year, media freedom around the world just seems to be getting worse. It's very easy to get sucked up into the narrative that just everything's always getting worse. We're always losing the battles, when in reality, especially if you look at the legal system, if you look at a lot of the things that are happening around the world, there are developments, there are wins and whatnot. And of course, wins don't necessarily always get the same press that the losses do. So it's just a really good reminder to stay resilient, to continue to network with people, with like-minded people who are also striving to create a more fair and just and rights-respecting world. And with that said, I think that is a good chance now to hand the floor over to our next moderator for section two, which is Dennis Radeke. Dennis, a wonderful human, over to you.
Thank you, Michael, so much, and thank you for also bringing in the room in Katowice. This is so important to really live this hybrid environment. Thank you for joining us. Now, the second section is actually focused very much on not the global, transnational, and international charters and documents, but instead we are going to look at national initiatives that sometimes relate to these, that are sometimes derived perhaps from these, but that are very much important as well as to bring into the digital environment human rights considerations. Originally, we have two speakers for this section, or for this part of the section, for this roundtable. I see already Ananis being here. It's wonderful to have you. I am not sure about Carlos. Are you here? Or in a room? In Poland? I can see that. Okay. So we're now starting off only with one person at the roundtable. But this should not be Marianne.
Introduce Sean. Sean, perhaps you could speak for the Just Net Coalition, which is, I don't know if this is appropriate, Dennis. I just wanted to flag that. If Sean is there. I've just heard from Parminder. Hi, Sean. Good to see you.
Hi,
Dennis,
I
over
just
to you.
I just emailed Parminder myself to see where he was. But no, I'm not really prepared at this point. I could certainly talk about the coalition, its objectives, how it works, why it sees itself as necessary. But in this context, I think Parminder is the one who would have to comment directly.
Well, what we can do is we now have this roundtable on national initiatives, and the Just Net Coalition obviously is not a national initiative. We see whether we have one or two speakers for this part, and otherwise we have a little bit more time in the Q&A. And maybe you want to come in then with some comment, and maybe anyone else who's in the room. I've seen Wolfgang Benedikt also joining the room. So I mean, there's some people who have something to say, but we first want to focus on national initiatives. And with that, I want to introduce my currently only speaker on the roundtable, Ana Neves, who is an advisor to the Minister of Science, Technology and Higher Education of Portugal. She's also a member of the Bureau of the Commission of Science, Technology and Higher Education in Portugal. She's an IGF veteran. She covered the Internet Governance Forum on behalf of the government of Portugal from 2009 to 2019. And today she will present the case of the Portuguese Charter of Human Rights in the digital era. Welcome, Ana. It's good to have you.
Thank you very much. And good morning for you too, all.
Yeah, please.
Yes, just to mention that I'm a member of the Bureau of the CSTD, the Commission on Science, Technology and the Development of the UNCTAD, where the resolution for the on the WIDIS is discussed. And so I'm a member of the Bureau on behalf of the Western Europe and the other countries. And so it's very interesting to be back to the IGF and to be part of this multi-stakeholder approach and ambience, etc. So
it's very good to have you back. Yes. Now I'd like to talk about the Portuguese Charter.
Yes.
My first question relates to it's a new charter on the block, so to say. We've heard of some other charters. It's relatively new. So my first question would be, how did it come about? How did the charter emerge in this environment?
Okay, so Portugal held the presidency of the Council of the European Union in the first half of this year, so from January to June, during which the Lisbon Declaration on Digital Rights was approved in June 2021 as the kickstart for a future possible EU Charter on Digital Rights to strengthen the human dimension in the digital ecosystem. In preparing this debate at the European Union's level, Portugal approved in April this year the first Charter of Digital Rights, which was signed into law by the Portugal's president in May, putting a line the Portuguese and European agendas on the joint commitment to the ethical dimension in the digital era, along with the trust-based partnerships with other countries and continents that share European principles and values. So this is the context. Why a Portuguese charter and how did it come about? So we were trying to do some work on this at the EU's level, and then we did it ours at national level.
Can you tell me a little bit, because we have a little bit more time, obviously, when the second speaker isn't present, can you tell me a little bit more, us a little bit more about the process about which you've developed this? Is this a process run by the ministry involving broader parts of the population? How was this created?
It was a movement from the Portuguese Parliament. So together with the government. And so it was a very interesting process. It was actually top down, but it embeds on what people are asking, and so it was a very inclusive movement. And we are still doing something about it, but I will explain more about it in the second question that I think you have for me in explaining a little more on this charter. So it was really a top-down approach, but with the inclusiveness of citizens, and then we had the government involved, of course, and at the end it is a law. It is the highest diploma that you can have in Portugal.
Thank you for sharing that.
Approved by the parliament and endorsed by the president of the republic.
Yeah, thank you. Now you're already alluding to the second question, obviously. So I'd be interested in how you think that the charter can make a difference in a national digital environment.
Yes. So here I would like to share with you some of the provisions that are in the charter, and some raised some questions, but it was interesting because it was always on the freedom component. So the charter establishes a set of innovative standards regulating the digital national environment, such as the rights and duties that apply both to relations between the state and the citizens and to relations exclusively between private individuals. It includes the need to coordinate the provisions of the Charter with other legislation already approved or about to be approved as a result of various European initiatives regulating the digital environment, notably the General Data Protection Regulation, the Law on Electronic Communications Privacy, e-privacy, the ongoing transposition of the directive on copyrights in the digital single market, the proposal for a European regulation harmonizing the rules on artificial intelligence, which we call Artificial Intelligence Act, and the proposal for the Digital Services Act, as well as the recent formulation of a set of principles to promote and uphold European Union values in the digital space. The Charter creates the social tariff for Internet access services. It includes the prohibition of intentional interruption of Internet access, which can only occur in statutory situations subject to special law. It includes the right to net neutrality, ensuring the absence of discrimination regarding the transmission and reception of content via the Internet, the provision of a right to a digital will, meaning this right covers the possibility for people to dispose of their content and personal data on digital platforms after their death. Despite a significant number of ongoing European initiatives in the context of online content regulation, this charter defines disinformation as any demonstrably false or misleading narrative created, presented, and disseminated for economic advantage, or deliberately deceiving the public, and which is likely to cause public harm, including a threat to democratic political processes, public policy-making processes, and public goods. Closely related to the disinformation, the Charter establishes that the state should create fact-checking structures by duly registered media companies, as well promote the attribution of quality seals by trustworthy entities endowed with public utility status, causing a lot of discussion. So this part caused a lot of discussion and is still ongoing. The protection of platforms users is also strengthened in the Charter by establishing the obligation to provide clear and simple information on conditions of service provision when using platforms that enable information and communication flows. The Charter also pays particular attention to the protection of minors. As for the means granted to individuals to protect their rights and legal situations under the Charter, besides the recognition of the possibility to resort to procedural and material means of enforcement of rights and legal situations, the right to resort to popular action is also established, which means that Anyone can go to the court and without any payment. Finally, we note that non-profit legal persons dedicated to promoting and defending the provisions of the Charter are entitled to obtain the status of public utility entity under the terms of the legislation applicable to cultural entities. But due to its rather broad scope, only further regulation and implementation of this rule will clarify and many doubts raised by it. So it's very good because we are having a very good discussion. It's always about freedom and the right to inform and the right hands, and what these fact-checking structures means. So here we are having a lot of discussion, and there will be some regulation to implement that. So the charter entered into force on the 18th of July this year. So I hope I covered.
This is absolutely comprehensive. Thank you so much. You talked a lot about the content.
I had some more time.
I know this is really good. This is really good, and I think that I already saw some questions maybe in the chat. Well, so there will be some Q&A in a second. So you now told us a little bit about the content. You certainly also pointed at the mechanisms by which this actually has impact. Obviously, it's a law in Portugal, and it helps also with transposing EU regulations into the Portuguese environment. And you told us also a little bit about the
for Portugal to try to influence European Union as well,
and with that, member states. Exactly. I want to quickly ask everyone who's listening, also in the room in Poland, to think of questions. Please post them in the chat if you're on Zoom, because we're going to start with a Q&A in a second. If I may, I would, just before handing it over to the online moderator, ask that one last question, which you just alluded to, is what is the impact on the EU discourse, right? So Portugal made this this step in a way also in the presidency in order to influence the EU discussion. How do you see this being successful, or how do you see this progressing in the future?
Well, I already mentioned that during the presidency of the Council of the European Union, we make this Lisbon Declaration, which was approved by the Council, and so it is the Lisbon Declaration on Digital Rights, and this was approved by the Council of the European Union in June, and it is foreseen to be like a kickstart for a future possible EU Charter on Digital Rights. But you know that nowadays it's a bit difficult to discuss these rights in the EU's environment. But of course, we have to push for it. And when we proposed this Lisbon Declaration on Digital Rights, there was a very good discussion. It was possible to have it endorsed by all the member states, but its annex about fundamental rights was not possible to be endorsed by all the member states. But it's a process. It's a process. And with this Lisbon Declaration on Digital Rights, we affirm the commitment of EU in respecting human rights and fundamental freedoms in the areas of the new technologies, data, product and digital service flows, and the use of personal data. And in the context of a digital transition that we are aware may aggravate existing inequalities. So this was really a national movement, because we had this context of the presidency, and we seized the opportunity to launch a declaration on digital rights, and now we are discussing at EU's level principles and the values of the world.
Thank you, Nacho. Absolutely. So the obviously Lisbon Charter was important. Starting with the Q&A now, I'm looking actually to Jacob, who is the master of the online Q&A for now. Have you had any questions? Otherwise, we do have a hand up from Marianne, who's very eager to say something. Jacob.
Yes. Hello.
Hi, Jacob. We have 2 hands up here by Marianne, 3 hands now, Henriette and Wolfgang. But I just want to quickly give it to you and for the online questions, if there are any.
Sorry, I don't see any questions in the chat yet, so I think we can take those who have raised their hand now.
All right, thank you so much. And I'm going to start
Dennis,
with...
I'm
yes,
sorry.
Claudia.
So if we have Marianne, Henriette, and Benedek, and I think he was invited to speak briefly about the Council of Europe initiative, which we didn't hear in the previous. I think also Shono Shokro is willing to say something about the JustNet coalition, so we can actually have those comments that we didn't have before. Thank you.
Absolutely, but I'd like to ask all speakers, obviously, to limit how long they speak to about 1 minute.
Thank you. Yes, I just want to put on the table the Marco Civil, reading straight from their booklet. It passed into law in 2014. The Marco Civil sets forth a comprehensive Bill of Rights for the Internet. And it was very much based on a very broad national civil society consultation framework. And that's why the Marco Civil is so important. Not only was civil society involved, but it also became law in 2014. The final version protects rights such as net neutrality, privacy, and takes a strong stance against surveillance online practices. And it also protects freedom of expression, creating safe harbors for online intermediaries in Brazil, and internet platforms have to take down content only when served with a valid court order. In short, the Marco Civil translates the principles of the Brazilian constitution to the online world. It can serve as an example to countries willing to take seriously the importance of the net to facilitating both development and a rich and open public sphere. So the Marco Civil is now in English, and this is very important for others who don't speak Portuguese to get a sense of this actual law, one of the first laws based on human rights law and principles. That's just all I have to say, because I can't speak much more than that, except it was a very inspiring process and document for the Charter of Human Rights and Principles for the Internet, and remains so.
Thank you so much, Marianne. This is very important. Obviously, the other speaker in this panel, who's unfortunately not able to make it, would have talked about Marco Civil more, so we had more time for the Portuguese, a very important document. But thank you very much, Marianne, to feeding this back in. Next on my list of speakers would be Henriette.
Thanks, Dennis. Just to share a bit, just general with APC, which is a membership organization. What we've seen, and I think this is how the IRP Charter, but also the African Declaration can really operate, is that it gets at a national level, civil society, particularly like cross-sectoral civil society, involved. And we've seen an increase in people using the Universal Periodic Review process of the Human Rights Council. So it took a little bit of advocacy, and it was a good example of national advocacy connected with global advocacy, because what we did in Geneva was to make the Human Rights Council aware that they need to pay attention. And of course, the resolution there was very important. And what we now see is that people use something like the African Declaration to submit reports into the Universal Periodic Review process. So that's been and we see that in APC members all over the world. And then the other thing, and I think Anna really illustrated this, is legislation. It's using these instruments as a basis for submission draft legislation. And then just quickly about South Africa, we actually considered doing a micro civil, but in the end, what we're doing is just applying the Constitution to new legislation and work with the Human Rights Commission on that as well, because we've got quite a strong national human rights framework. And sometimes it goes up, sometimes it goes down, but we have a new Cyber Crimes Act that's actually just been signed into effect by the president. And that Cyber Crimes Act is very influenced by this human rights perspective. And we're actually quite happy with how it deals with criminalizing non-consensual sharing of intimate images, for example. It also does criminalize certain types of malicious use of social media, but we feel the definitions are specific enough to be quite effective. So that's just an example, but none of this would have happened if we didn't have these tools like the IRP Charter, like the African Charter, because it just makes it simpler than working directly with human rights law. Ultimately, you have to work with human rights law, but this makes it easier to get there.
Thank you so much for sharing that insight into the work of APC and also the work in South Africa. Next on the list here, we have Wolfgang Benedek talking about the Council of Europe guide in a very quick 1-minute contribution. Thank you.
Mariana might have explained that this guide was kind of initiated by our charter of the coalition, but the guide had a much more restrictive approach with regard to the rights covered. So it's focused on the main rights like freedom of expression, data protection, and so on. And it had mainly an educative purpose also. And this is why it was then also translated in a number of languages, in English, certainly, in German, in French, and what have you. So in that sense, it was had a different approach. What I realized when I looked at it again was that we were focusing on blocking and filtering, also anonymity at the time. But what was not so much there was what Anna just mentioned, like the issue of disinformation, hate speech, etc. This is something which we brought up in our second edition of the book, some of you might have seen, which I did together with Matthias Kettemann, and which is on freedom of expression on the internet and came out last year. So that was an update to these new developments. What I sometimes realize is that there are new efforts for such a list of rights documents which do not take sufficiently existing materials into account. For example, in Germany, they started with a kind of chart of digital rights, and I had not the feeling that they had looked at what has been done before properly. I don't know if you mentioned the Italian effort a couple of years ago. That was one of the first ones in the Italian parliament. So we have these national efforts and regional ones and universal ones, maybe about 50 different tools in the meantime. And I think Matthias Kettemann has written an article on a kind of comparison some time ago. But what I miss a bit is that they inform each other properly and that they're taken care of when you do new and renewed efforts. And certainly now the issue is, as it was discussed repeatedly now in the IGF, to update this to the new challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that comment. And if I may just quickly, some advertisement for the work of the Digital Constitutionalism Network, because I've seen also in the chat, you just mentioned there are so many documents. We have now the Portuguese charter, which is not included yet, but there's a big database of more than 200 documents that includes national initiatives, local initiatives, transnational initiatives, and also some of the guiding documents published by the Council of Europe UNESCO and other international organizations. That is, I think there was a link just posted somewhere in the chat where you can go and check out where the document that you've been working on is actually included, and hopefully so. If not, please do tell the members of the Digital Constitutionalism Network that co-host this workshop. And now with that one, I'd like to, the one document that's certainly in there is the Delhi Declaration, and with that, I'd like to hand it over to Sean.
Thanks, and I will be brief. I have no idea what Parminder was going to say, by the way, and I can't speak on behalf of the JustNet Coalition, but I can speak from my experience of the JustNet Coalition and being an active member in it. And I think the starting point of the JustNet Coalition is that, first of all, the freedom of expression, data protection, this kind of thing, these issues, these human rights are extremely important. But it is also very, very important to emphasize the other side of human rights, and that is the economic and social rights and political rights, or economic and social rights. And that sometimes they don't get the same level of attention in the bigger picture, in the processes that are going on here. So the JustNet Coalition began with that proposal. And then after the Delhi Declaration, it produced the JustNet Digital Justice Manifesto. Now that was, I just put a link to it there. That was, a pretty well consultative process in producing it. I think it's a pretty sound document. But to be honest with you, as you yourself mentioned there, Dennis, there are hundreds of declarations. There are so many. They just keep reproducing. Now, in this session, we've talked about some of the important, well-grounded ones that are actually being used, and these are vital that they should go on. But simply working on declarations it's not going to get us all that far. So JustNet at the moment has moved into what's being called loosely JustNet 2.0. And this is a project, it's a funded program and initiative. And what it's doing is bringing together actors in the economic and social rights area, international NGOs, and putting them together with experts in the areas that we're talking about here, in terms of the internet, in terms of AI, in terms of AI governance, all of these issues. Because these sectors such as agriculture, health, or trade and labor, media, they know that the world is changing. In fact, the rug is being pulled from underneath their feet a lot of the time. And yet it's very, very difficult in some of these sectors for them to appreciate what is really going on in the internet and the AI governance world. And believe me, I by the way, I'm in my apartment here in snowy Katowice. I haven't made it up there yet today. But it is so complicated to try and work out what the hell is going on and who's doing what and who are all the actors and how do you influence and what buttons do you press. So, for these sectors, what they really need is some kind of trustworthy interlocutor, but also to develop their own principles. And the idea of the JNC 2.0 is that these sectors are each of them working on what are the core principles that they think would apply within their own area around things like data ownership, around, all the key issues that are coming up, data commons, all of this stuff. And then towards the end of the program later in the year to get them together. And actually there was a session on Monday that I was involved in myself, where for the first time I met a number of the actors as well in that activity. But later in the year to get them together to produce very much a ground up set of principles. So hopefully it wouldn't be just yet another set of these things, but it'll be one that would have the backing as well of some key international NGOs. Who would have worked collectively on this and therefore not necessarily come to a full consensus, but at least will have come to a much deeper understanding than they began with, maybe, of the potential of the buttons that you do have to press, but also on the principles that really are going to have to underline this whole process if it's to move forward. So it's only a first step, but I think it is a useful step, and that's the main focus of the JustNet Coalition at the moment. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much for sharing. This is a great insight, and it really also speaks to the question of so many charters out there and how do you actually make them work, right? I have a hand up from Claudia, and I actually we are at the end of this Q&A, and you know, not so many questions actually for Anna, but I think she also talked already comprehensively about the very interesting Portuguese example that is set and put into law. Claudia.
It's just a very, very brief comment and follow up to what Dennis was saying, because I think it's relevant to what Sean just described in terms of upcoming commitment and the intention of JustNet Coalition in this second phase. I think the collection of documents that sits in the website of the Digital Constitutionalism Network may actually be an interesting resource even for developing this kind of dialogue and the conversation between different groups, also because of the documents have been coded according to themes and topics. And so different constituencies may actually find meaningful elements in there to get a better understanding of how to develop the principles. So it's just a point for Sean. And of course, we look forward to follow closely the process. It's extremely interesting. Thank you so much. I need to move on to the next session. So
Absolutely.
Jacob,
yeah,
you now take the floor.
Great, thank you very much, Claudia. So I think so far we have looked at these IGF-led human rights documents. We have looked at how they came about, their impact. We have seen examples from of these digital human rights frameworks in the national context. But this session, we are going to basically look at the future, digital rights future. And we are basically going to look at it from local initiatives, what can basically be done to ensure that we are able to advance local initiatives concerning human rights online. And at this session, my confirmed speakers, Ike van Emeren from the Cities Coalition for Digital Rights. And then we have Rashi, who is an RIPC steering committee member and represents the youth constituency. So basically I have two questions, but I'll basically lump them to one. So one is that how do IGF-led documents support local initiatives in their commitment to advance human rights online? And then linking that to what else can be done to support local initiatives and to help advance digital human rights. So in fact, any of my speakers can look at this briefly and share your thoughts based on the work that you're doing on the ground. So either Ike or Rashi, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thanks, Jacob. I just wanted to check if you all can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Hi, everyone. I hope everyone's doing well. I think it's a very, very difficult question to consolidate into 2 minutes, but I'm going to try to give my perspective. I think the IGF-related documents are great educational perspectives. I do come from the Global South, where I still feel that the legislation is lagging behind on a lot of aspects. And I come from India, where we do have a very strong implementation issue. So I think the IGF documents has made a lot of people aware about how your human rights can actually be translated into the digital world. A lot of aspects are allowed or seen as okay without taking your personal consent. So I think one of the big things that are missing in our digital lives is to ensure the same degree of protections that we enjoy in our real life interactions. But the problem is that from a technical standpoint of view, in terms of holding people accountable, we don't have a technical language to define what we want to protect. So we lack taxonomies related to it. Even if you look at GDPR, which is a great example of legislation, it doesn't really indicate any implementation details. It gives us a very vague description to verify compliances, unless you hire a really expensive consultancy and review your code and declare them as compliant. So, big tech companies are okay with paying those billions and millions of fines without actually complying. So we lack the technical language that we are unable to engage with. Who are the frontliners of the domain, which is the technologists? You need people to understand, because we need to make sure that we have a commonly accepted definition of of universal digital rights, because we can all have these conversations with global north and global south, but if you don't have a commonly understandable definition that you can understand and embrace, then we're always going to be a part of the problem than the solution. So some of the things that I've done locally, or rather I'm doing with the IO Foundation, we define something called the universal, the UDDR. So it's the universal digital rights, where we think that we need to start engaging citizens and helping frontline workers in this sense, technologists, as the next generation of human rights defenders. So we look at proposing 3 elements of this. We firstly look towards promoting a data-centric approach to digital rights, which consists of a legal document, a technical standard, and we would call a digital rights software development kit. I'm happy to go more into details, but I'm not sure if I'm running out of time or not.
Thank you very much, Rashi. I think you've shared your perspective, given the time that we have. So I will turn to Ike van Eberen.
It's always the thing with Dutch names, but yes.
Yeah, sorry.
That's perfect. No, hi everyone. I think in 2 minutes that's always complicated, but I think that the best part to mention, and I'm not sure if Marianne Franklin remembers, and I know Minda Moreira does. A few years ago at Mosfest, that was the first part, that when a group of people from several cities came together during in a small room next to the Mosfest event in London, and everyone had these wild ideas like, well, cities, we can make change and we can do stuff. And then suddenly a lot of people have been thinking about these topics for years and years, and already had frameworks and well thought through concepts. I think that's bottom line it. We can share a lot of links on all the documents who are there, but in the end, it's about meeting people you just met, but you think, okay, I can trust them because they have well thought this through, and we can just copy paste and translate it to our view or our local issues. So that's bottom line it. Since then, we formed a cities coalition for digital rights, which is, if you read the Portuguese charter, which I'm pretty impressed with, Anna Neves, sort of similar, different set of numbers on principles, but in the end, it's the same charter, but different, tailored to problems at cities. And I think the main focus we had in the last few years is not only working or specifying the charter. It's more about, okay, what can we do? So I'd like to give you a few examples, because it's sort of this butterfly effect. You have no idea what's actually happening the moment you start one of these sessions. One is those principles of the charter in the end resulted in a lot of different projects within the Cities Coalition, and I'm putting some in the chat. An example, last week, and I'm not talking only about the whole Cities Coalition, but an example in Amsterdam, every sensor, if you want to gather information in public space, you have to register. That's one example. Together with Helsinki, several cities amongst Amsterdam worked on an AI registry. Every algorithm used by cities, at least in our sphere, and in the near future, hopefully also in public space, has to be registered. So those are really concrete examples where the charter in the end led to. But it's not only local perspective, it's real people lives, problems and solutions, which end up turning a little bit more big as well. One example is an AI procurement document we wrote. Every algorithm we procure has to align with the checks we want. Probably will be adopted by the European Commission. So in the end, bridging very abstract principles to concrete solutions leads to simple examples which are being copy-pasted and improved by other cities, and in this case, European as well. Now I'm giving some, because of time, some examples from my city. But the coalition is now 55 cities worldwide working on this together with weekly workshops, weekly meetings, webinars among these cities. So before you think it's only about the charter, it's about the moral support you can give, knowing that there are more and more people working on this. And that's the last example of what I would like to give. 2 months ago, 13 deputy mayors from major cities in Europe came together during COVID, discussing, okay, what should be our next political ambition? What should be the topics to focus on? So the charter gave people confidence that you're not alone. We can deliver concrete examples which can be spread again. And in the end, it gives support to at least politicians at our level. So, okay, we've got issues here, and we should tackle this. And it's definitely larger than cities, but this is what we can do at our scale. And I think it really helps giving that back again. And that's what happens. The last thing I'd like to share is that we went to a more detailed framework, and it's the 0.7 version. So please contribute, because today it's of course the Human Rights Day. So today we well, at 12 o'clock we will send some content. This is the preview. But okay, if you translate this to a more policy framework, so if you go from the first charter you made, translate it into sort of more policy framework, what are the things we have to do? So that's it when it comes to
yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Eek. I think you've really shared a lot of perspectives, and thank you for sharing the documents. Thank you, Rashi, as well. Because of time, but I would give about 2 minutes to Claudia, so that the students from Padova would share their brief presentation.
Yes, I realized that we're very late. So
we are.
Sara Boscaro from the University of Padova, maybe in just 1 minute to say something about the experience they've had with the Charter of Human Rights and Principles. Sara, you have the floor very, very briefly.
Yes, sure. Thank you very much for the invitation. My name is Sara. And together with my colleagues, Dilara and Ibru, we created an advocacy campaign called the Interquality Campaign, with the goals of spreading the knowledge about the 10 principles from the Charter of Human Rights and Principles of the Internet. To create the skeleton of the project, we took into consideration the 10 most essential internet rights, and we tried to reach a broader population with the ambitious goal of educating the public about their rights on the internet. Our campaign consists in a public Instagram page that we created and curated. The posts are drawings of pictures that reflect the principle, and under each and every one of them, we wrote short descriptions of the principle itself. We chose to use Instagram because it allows us to reach a lot of people and is pretty much free. And also we found it powerful to use social media to warn people about their internet safety. Because we are such a diverse group ourselves, I'm from Italy, Dilara is from Germany, and Ibru is Turkish, we decided to translate the descriptions of the principles in the languages that we speak, meaning Italian, Spanish, English, Turkish, and German. We wanted to spread the message of the 10 principles to as many people as we possibly could. So we decided to be language inclusive and to maintain a fresh and easy way of writing the captions. And we also, that is also why the feed of our Instagram page looks as aesthetic as possible, because we wanted to attract as many young people as we possibly can. The target of the population, as I said, are young people, because we think that we need to be educated on what our rights are on the internet. So this project is a young take on such an important matter, made specifically for young people by young people. And I will share the link to the Instagram page on the chat. And I hope everything is clear.
Thank you, Sara. We already have the link. So with this, we give back the floor to Minda to close the session. I think the last speaker. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I would like to hear from Henriette first. So I would like I don't have much to add, just organizing this session and sharing the coalition. And you have said so much, and a lot of the things that I would like to share with you. So I would like to go straight to Henriette. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you very much, Minda, and everyone else. And I think Minda asked me to reflect on what this all means and how the IGF ecosystem fits into this, and the other way around. I think we've really seen, firstly, and we should celebrate this on Human Rights Day, that this IRP process, this IGF-centered process, has really just grown and has had a ripple effect at a sectoral level, at a national level, at a regional level. I think sometimes we are criticized as civil society or as rights advocates for developing new charters, new documents, but I think that's part of the movement building process, and it's an expression of the kind of bottom-up character of what we believe when we still believe, and I hope some of us still believe, that this kind of bottom-up processes in internet governance do have some power. I think the challenges are, how do we connect it? How do we come together? How do we bring that distributed advocacy and analysis and action and partnership, particularly when we start looking at policy frameworks, listening to Ike and talking about that. And I think several people made that emphasis that we need to link the rights frameworks to policy frameworks in order to have impact. And that creates monitoring frameworks as well. So, and I see all of that emerging. So Minda, I think really for me, the challenge here is, as we said earlier, how do we build bridges between the social justice approach and the human rights approach? How do we find that commonality, which I think most of us believe is at the center of our work? And there are political tensions, yes, and conceptual tensions, but can we work through them? And can we use the IGF Dynamic Coalition on Internet Rights and Principles as a space to share our learning and share our progress and have critical debate as well? I believe we can. And I hope that JustNet Coalition, with its new initiative, which is looking at issues, again, through sectoral civil society lenses, that it will be part of this process. So I don't think it's easy. And I think I sense at this IGF and broadly as well in social and political movements, cynicism about the multi-stakeholder approach. I think cynicism is only useful if it allows you to be analytical and critical and deconstruct, and then based on that, reconstruct. And I urge people not to give up on this IGF space. Flawed as it is, it does bring us together. And I do believe that if we use it effectively, we can still achieve meaningful partnerships across stakeholder groups, like the work we heard of with mayors in the cities network, as well as maintain really a civil society, critical thinking, rights and social justice based approach. Back to you, Minda.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining the session today. It was really, really inspiring. I know that we're running over time, so I would just would like to say that co-sharing this coalition over the last 4 years has been really inspiring for me to see the work that the IGF community has been doing, and many other initiatives to raise awareness and to support human rights online. I would like to thank everyone that joined us today, especially our speakers and moderators, MC, and rapporteur, and everyone that join in the discussion as well as participants. And I hope to see you again soon, and that we have all the chance to collaborate and to work together, because I think that the only way that we can make a difference is by joining forces. And this is very important, was a very important session to show that there is so much being done, And sometimes you just need to start connecting the dots rather than to start from scratch every time you want to do something. So I am really happy that the Digital Constitutionalist Network has this resource pages where we can all go, we can all see what has been done, and we can all see what is lacking. So I look forward to working with you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you, everyone. Fantastic session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone. Bye.
So I'm going up. I'm literally walking uphill with a bag in the snow. Like when I was your age, I used to walk to school in the snow until both ways. Yeah, right. It's literally me too this morning.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Hello everyone. Welcome here in Katowice and online for the session that will begin in a few seconds. So welcome all to the e-commerce challenges and opportunities in 2021, looking at the national practices. The aim of the session is basically to discuss practical use cases and how has e-commerce evolved during and after the pandemic. Also, what are the concrete problems affecting e-commerce in the different communities? And the idea of the session is to bring up concrete example from NRI level at the local or regional level. As for the speakers, we have Carlos Vera, member of Ecuador IGF. We have Toba Obayeni, CEO of WorkHost Ltd, Vice President of the Nigeria Internet Registration Association. We have Julien Rossi on my right here in Katowice, France IGF and Université Technologie de Compiègne. Each speaker obviously may say a few words to present himself. We have Felix Hernandez-Gil from Spain. We have Roberto Zambrana from Bolivia IGF on my left, here in Katowice also. And we have Melinda Clem from IGF USA online. The pandemic was quite a challenge, and obviously it led forward a lot of questions regarding policies on digitalization and digital transformation. The approach most likely needs to focus on concrete examples and on the digitalization of both societies and small businesses, and of course on digital inclusion. To tackle this challenge, I propose to give the floor first to my colleague on the right, Julien Rossi, which will have to leave us in like 30 to 40 minutes, and I'll let him present himself. You have the floor, Julien.
Thank you, Lucien. Thank you to all the organizers of this IGF and of this session. So I'm Julien Rossi. I'm a researcher in different universities, coordinating with Lucien a working group on internet governance and regulation in France, and participating in the French and national IGF. So there are, as I'm sure you are all aware, many different issues related to e-commerce during and after the pandemic. We could talk about matters related to digital labor. We could talk about the environment and the environmental impact and cost of e-commerce. We can talk about things like the cost of payment. In 2012, the European Central Bank estimated that the cost of payment was around 1% of the GDP of the bloc, which is quite enormous if you keep in mind the fact that the aim in development aid is around 0.7% of the GDP. So that is also a big topic. There is a topic which is quite important and very high on the agenda of the European Union, which is that of how to regulate gatekeepers, platforms that are gatekeepers and that is the aim of the Digital Markets Act. But I will say a few words focusing on the topic of data protection and privacy. So data protection was a topic that we talked a lot about between, let's say, 2012 and 2018, when the whole GDPR process happened. But the topic did not end with GDPR. We have in Europe we have an e-privacy regulation that is still being discussed. And it is quite an important topic because, especially related to the matter of trust, there are many studies that show that there is a deepening worry from citizens and consumers with regards to the processing of their personal data. There are many business models that rely on monetization of that data. And a lot of the e-commerce ecosystem relies on targeted advertising and real-time bidding and technologies that are not safe and that have become both more visible and thus less accepted maybe by citizens. And finally, this is related to data protection as well. There is in the design of websites, there is a growing concern by designers and to a certain extent consumers of the many different elements that are there to grab their attention. Many different widgets, many different technologies are being used that are detrimental to the browsing experience on the one hand, but also might have consequences on the environmental side of things. So this is why it is probably very useful to look closely at the negotiations of on the e-privacy regulation and on matters related to personal data privacy in all other legislative procedures, both in Europe but also in other parts of the world. And so I will maybe keep it at that to give further time for the discussion and other presentations. Thank you, Lucien.
Thank you a lot, Julien, for that inspiring thoughts and that presentation focusing on digital privacy and the importance to protect customers. I would like now to give the floor to Melinda Clem from IGF USA, which is joining us online. Melinda, you have the floor.
Good day, everyone. Thanks for having me. At IGF USA this year, we were very fortunate to have a number of companies join our conversation that were new, that you could put in the startup category, folks that had started their business in the last 5 years. As we know, that in and of itself presents a challenge, but to sustain your business during COVID and continue to grow your market, it was an added challenge for them. I'll say, rather than repeat the things that were just mentioned, I'll just echo that they are important. Privacy in and of itself, and then security and how we secure the data. Every conversation includes those. What I'd like to add from IGF USA are some of the other things that we talked about. Many of the technologies that we talked about from an e-commerce standpoint leveraged both the innovative spirit of the founders and the people at the companies, as well as, what this period, and they kind of rose to it and said, how do we address this challenge? So again, we were privileged to have all of these companies and talk to us how they build, and it was actually incredibly inspiring. We had what I would call examples of technology that were really focused on helping others. This, true democratization of profit and for-profit businesses. Not that there's anything wrong with commerce and making money, but these were companies that were focused on collectively helping others, that they saw there is a group of people that are somehow disadvantaged and said, how can we go out and help them? And so we had a number of different cases that came through in these use cases. And they included a service that allows people to purchase cars who weren't previously able to purchase a car for myriad economic reasons. And how they, took this sharing concept to use that, and these people could purchase cars, which then in turn help them get more economic freedom and have some more work. We explored a fintech company that is focused specifically on a sector that has been consistently disadvantaged in the financial and in the banking markets. And this is one of our mascots, Miss Nola. It's very early here for us, and she's still sleepy. Sorry about that. So the fintech capital looked at providing capital and access to a market that had been disadvantaged, and help them, grow and find ways that they could as well be part of this innovative culture to go out and start a business and do something new. We had an online platform that was employing college students and using them to go out and help educate and create a healthy and safe online market and learning communities for other people. We evaluated a cooperatively owned home cleaning service booking application that was meant to help, bring people together, define what prices and service and contracting, and take all of that administrative difficulty and make that a lot easier for folks who maybe English wasn't their first language and they're reading English contracts, things like that, to help level the playing field on those sorts of activities and, kind of create their own co-op. We had an organization that looks at, rural communities and the efforts that they're taking to show that rural communities can have vibrant, be a vibrant tech hub, that you can have innovation, people can work there, that those sort of activities aren't left to cities or inner suburbs. A number of different use cases were discussed in the digital economy. The three largest challenges that they saw were, first, understanding need and driving community involvement, right? So defining that value proposition and then selling that to other people to help them grow the business, get the capital they needed to understand the need for it. And so that was the first part. The second is, we had a lot of discussion, both in a couple of sessions, about competition and the market in this larger sense. Was there enough competition? Is it too saturated? Can these companies really be sustainable in the long term? Or is it, there are just a few companies out there that are going to dominate? And we talked about different models for government involvement. And the third challenge that a lot of these folks face was content moderation. And, what are the solutions for that around, community standards and who to look to for each one of these platforms? There is some sort of interaction and consideration about the different content that needs to be moderated. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Melinda. You mentioned competition and the need of sustainability, the need to look also to content moderation. I also took good note of the point made by your cat, quite important, obviously. I would like now to give the floor to Felix. Felix Hernandez-Gil from Spain IGF. You have the floor, Felix.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm a researcher at the Polytechnical University of Madrid, and today I'm here speaking on behalf of the Spain IGF. First, I would like to thank organizers for giving us the opportunity to speak in this session. The pandemic has produced in Spain a very considerable increase in electronic commerce. As soon as mobility restrictions were implemented to reduce the spread of the virus and the fear to catch it increased,
Many people choose to make their purchases online. Thus, the sales of online food supermarkets increased dramatically, even causing problems to meet the large growth in demand at the peak of the pandemic. Very important growth for sales was also seen in other sectors like the electronic products and household appliances. But obviously there were other sectors like tourism, which saw their sales drastically reduced. At the beginning of the pandemic, large companies accounted for most of the growth. But after a few months, small businesses also adapted and saw growth in their online sales. Overall, it can be said that the pandemic has served to accelerate the restarting of businesses, and it helped in adapting to the online world, accelerating a process that without the pandemic would have taken much longer. Consumers have also changed their habits. Initially, because of the fear of catching the virus and the restriction on mobility, and later, after becoming familiar with online shopping, they continue using it. An important aspect of the evolution of the online market in Spain is that the market is being dominated by large e-commerce platforms based outside the country. They are absorbing a large part of the growth of this market, and there is a tendency to increase the market share of this platform. In this context, there is a concern in Spain to ensure that the market evolves with sufficient competition and that the rights of citizens are adequately protected. To this end, various regulatory developments are taking place, which are now being processed at the European Parliament. One of them is the Digital Service Act, now the DSA, to regulate the obligation and responsibilities of digital service companies. The main goals of this regulation are to protect consumers and their fundamental rights online more effectively, to improve transparency and accountability for online companies, and to foster innovation, growth, and competitiveness. In parallel with the DSA, the European Commission proposed the development of a new regulatory regime for large online platforms with significant impact on the market through the Digital Market Act, also known as DMS. This rule will impose specific obligations on companies designated as gatekeepers to ensure fair and open digital markets. We, as Spain NRI, welcome these initiatives, and we hope they could contribute to establish a good ecosystem for the growth of electronic commerce that could benefit consumers and companies. And that is all from my side for the moment. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Felix. Listening to you speaking about EU legislation was music to my ears, ensuring that the market evolved to sufficient competition and the protection of customer be at the core of decision making. Thanks a lot. I want now to give the floor to Toba Obaniyi to have the Nigerian perspective. Toba, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. My name is Toba Obani. I'm the CEO of a company called Google Hosts. So web solutions from here in Nigeria. And I would just really talk a bit about the e-commerce landscape in Nigeria and some of the challenges that we've experienced. So, I mean, based on data available, we know that about 70% of Nigerians are currently online, and about 70% of that number using mobile technology to connect. And we've seen that about 26% of this population of Nigerians have used e-commerce or at least purchased something online at least once. And we estimate that the revenue generated from e-commerce in Nigeria in 2020 is about over $5.3 million. And e-commerce continues to grow, especially during the pandemic. There are growth on several sectors of e-commerce, which is 6% in the food and personal care, and fashion and beauty experienced about 46% growth in the period in question. Generally, there was a 26% growth year on year, especially due to the pandemic in Nigeria. Fashion is actually one of the biggest e-commerce sectors here in Nigeria. So talking about some of the challenges that we face here for e-commerce, one of the biggest challenges is the lack of trust that has bedeviled e-commerce in Nigeria for a long time. In fact, in the early days when e-commerce, about 10 years when e-commerce became a thing here in Nigeria, some of the current largest e-commerce stores like Jumia experienced the challenge when they tried introducing commerce because people were not comfortable buying things online because they didn't really trust that, you know, what they would buy will be delivered or to be exactly what they paid for. And so at that time, they introduced something called pay on delivery, which simply means that, you know, you only pay for the service when the service has been delivered. And that kind of helped to boost the growth of e-commerce in Nigeria over the years. But of course, that also comes with some of the challenges, meaning that there are a lot of returns and a lot of losses that e-commerce has experienced. But by and large, lack of trust has been one of the things that has limited the growth of e-commerce. There's a new trend, I mean, in Nigeria on social media, where people say something like, this is what I ordered versus this is what I got, you know. So, you know, you see, for example, a wonderful picture of a particular dress looks really great. And, you know, you love it, you want to get it, you paid for it, you got it, and then you wear it, and nah, it doesn't look anything close to what you got. So, and I mean, those kind of things kind of help to further push the lack of trust in e-commerce and buying things online. Beyond that, logistics has also been a very major problem. Lagos, Nigeria is the e-commerce, is basically the commercial capital of Nigeria, and this is where most of the e-commerce happens, and traffic here can be really horrendous. So imagine you order for something, it takes weeks before you get it, because I mean the cost of transporting the goods, the cost of moving it around, it's been a very, very big challenge for us here. Amongst that, we have payments options. I think I'm not sure which of the previous speakers spoke about, you know, the cost of payments. And for here, it's not only just the cost, but I think lack of trust has also made people not hold ATM cards. There was a particular time in our history where there were a lot of you know, scams on ATM cards. People noticed, you know, funds being taken from their accounts, and that kind of led to a lot of lack of trust. You have a lot of Nigerians who currently do have an ATM card attached, or a debit card or a credit card attached to their bank account, which means that, of course, that lack of ability to make payments means that it becomes more difficult for them to participate in e-commerce transactions. But in the recent years, we've seen mobile money also be on the rise, giving people an alternative way of making payments. So a lot of payment options have started coming up with, you know, unique ways to allow people to make payments online. And then, of course, online safety. Aside the growing and the very large e-commerce stores, other businesses have also launched out to set up their own e-commerce stores, and of course there have been cases of people getting their sites compromised or hacked. Some people have even experiencing losses. So and those kind of stories kind of discourage people from getting online. And one of the things that we saw during the pandemic was that, of course, due to lockdown, a lot of businesses understood that, they have to think of alternative ways of getting business, because we still see a large number of businesses depending on customers walking into their stores. But the pandemic kind of changed the narrative. A lot of online platforms noticed a huge growth in people getting online because of the fact that they had no choice, really. They understood the fact that they needed to get online, and so they used different platforms getting online. And that also led to growth in logistics. A lot of logistic firms now exist here, offering, store owners, the ability to transport their goods to end users using, more unique options. And so by and large, there's been general growth in e-commerce here in Nigeria, but there's still a lot of challenges. We are still having infrastructure challenges. While we talk about internet penetration being great, still not broadband. And what that means is that connectivity is still an issue. Logistics is still a major problem. And of course, we also still have quality of services being rendered. Beyond that, for some time now, there's been conversations on how to protect Nigerians online. Nigeria also introduced NDPR, which is the Nigerian Data Protection Regulation, which amongst other things is to help ensure that private and personal data that is put online is kept safe and it's not misused. And so there's been a bit of work from that end, from government end, to try to ensure that, as more and more Nigerians get online, their data is protected. Beyond that, I mean, there's been a lot of growth in, payments, peer-to-peer payments and the likes. Last year was an interesting year for cryptocurrency in Nigeria here, because cryptocurrency has been around for a while, and but there'd been a lot of push for growth of that as an alternative way of making payments cheaper. And of course, due to the pandemic, that need for a cheaper way of making payments faster became more important, and so there was a lot of adoption of cryptocurrency. But of course, people started using cryptocurrency beyond a means of making payments and started considering it as an investment option. But due to, the perceived lack of oversight and, transactions that go on with cryptocurrency, the Nigerian government chose to, especially the Central Bank of Nigeria, mentioned that cryptocurrency is not considered as legal tender, and then gave a notice that all banks should discourage the use of cryptocurrency within their space. And that kind of led to, instead of that reducing cryptocurrency use, instead increase peer-to-peer transactions. But of course, the CBN has been working very hard to try to make cryptocurrency a thing of the past in Nigeria. There have been cases where some bank accounts have been closed because of their involvement in crypto trading. The CBN also introduced this year e-Naira, which is Nigeria's version of digital currency. So basically the digital version of Nigerian currency. The goal, amongst other things, is to get more people to be able to transact online easier, cheaper, and getting the unbanked online is still a work in progress, I guess. But all in all, there's a lot of push of getting businesses online, even from the government's end, enabling businesses to get online. And there's a lot of creativity and a lot of, a lot of solutions coming out of Nigeria trying to help Nigerian businesses and even global businesses to get online. One of the interesting things that's happening is that, in fact, there's now a growth of Nigerians choosing to get online using free platforms. So, for example, in the past, most e-commerce goes on platforms like Jumia here in Nigeria. Jumia, Konga are amongst the top e-commerce brands. But then after some time, we started having users create their own e-commerce sites because they wanted to have more control over pricing. They wanted to have more control over delivery and a lot of other things. But the new trend now is that users are using Instagram, using WhatsApp for business to engage with their users and to get them online. And we've also seen platforms also introduce free or paid options. So we're having a lot more people finding ways to get online. And one other interesting thing that's happening is that a number of Nigerians actually have 2-3 jobs. They have the main 9-to-5 job and they have this side also. Many people actually are doing, some kind of e-commerce thing here and there. And so e-commerce has become so important, not only for businesses, even for individual entrepreneurs. So e-commerce on the rise here in Nigeria. There's a lot of potential because a lot of businesses are still using the traditional means of conversing and doing business. So there's a lot of opportunity and potential. The hope is that the Nigerian government would also continue to hasten efforts to improve infrastructure challenges, logistic challenges. From the payment points, a lot of platforms are launching new solutions to make payments easier, cheaper, faster. And that's all from me from Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you a lot, Toba. Very interesting perspective. The cost of transporting the goods, the cost of logistics, the cost of payment, indeed the importance to protect the Nigerian people online, and the lack of trust being one of the main blocking points in e-commerce. Thanks a lot. I would like to remind the room here in Katowice and of course online that we will open the floor to questions. We have a microphone here in Katowice and you can raise your hand both on site and online. Donc n'hésitez pas à poser des questions, here in French. And propose to give the floor to my esteemed colleague on my left, Roberto Zembrana. You have the floor, Roberto.
Thank you very much, Lucien, for giving me the floor, and good afternoon, good morning, good night to everyone that is following this session, which is really important and in which we can realize that we have common realities despite the place that we are living in. And I can say that in our case in Bolivia, after the lockdown that in our case was about March 2020, everything of course stopped. And the initial business that were appearing very slowly were the ones to provide delivery for medicine and food. And of course, by that time, the main way of payment was cash only. So that is another part that started to appear slowly because maybe most of the people in Bolivia have already saving and checking accounts, but they are not used to use the payment platforms or electronic platforms for acquiring products and services. So I think this is one of the problem for this is lack of trust in this kind of transactions or lack of knowledge. And I think it was very important for them to understand in that moment that was maybe one of the only ways to actually get this kind of services and products. So I think it was in some way, and we've heard this before, that the pandemic was a booster for this kind of, in general, digital transformation, but particularly for electronic commerce and inside electronic commerce for electronic payment. So I was working during that time at the City Hall in La Paz. So we came up with two interesting initiatives in this sector of trying to recover the economy of Bolivia. So of course, as many other countries did by that time, these kind of applications were related initially with COVID-related issues like health self-evaluation. But after that, we started to, again, when I was working at the City Hall, we started to think about how could we help to the economy to be recovered using applications. So we came up with two initiatives. One was to provide an alternative for the home service workers like plumbers, like electricians, etc., to have the ability to be registered in this platform, self-registered actually, putting their location, so the citizens using the application that was provided by the City Hall had a chance to locate, when they needed an electrician, to locate this kind of person near the neighborhood, because we were using, of course, a dynamic map for this situation. So that was a very interesting experience, because we started slowly again, but we started to provide some sort of income for these kind of workers that we all know, being self-employed, were one of the most suffered person during those days. The second initiative was related to another important sector of the economy, which are the entrepreneurs that actually by that time were started to providing food service mostly. And of course, some others that were established before the pandemic also had their small or medium businesses, but they didn't think usually to have something that simple like a web page. So again, we found that it was another interesting opportunity coming from the City Hall to provide a service in order for them to take advantage of digital platforms. So the only very simple thing that we did was to provide web portals, very specific portals, for them actually to use, individual of course, because each web portal that was developed was managed by them in a very, very interesting platform, not too complex, but allowing them to have a place to put their products, their services, to put prices. And of course, we also arranged with the bank systems, with a couple of companies. I mean, one bank, and then the provider of credit card services. So we included in the application this kind of payment methods. So again, I think that was a very other good experience for them in order to try to slowly recover from the situation. And I think these two are very important experience that happened in a local level, but can actually be expanded to a national level, and perhaps to have some regional approaches in order to take advantage of this electronic commerce in a very initial and maybe in a very simple way, but for sure creating a deep impact for the community and of course for the recovery of our economies. There are several challenges in the future regarding electronic payment. One of the challenges that we face in the future is related with crypto coins, and our colleague from Nigeria mentioned this before, as one of the most broad applications of blockchain, but that currently, in the case of Bolivia and perhaps some other countries of our region, it's currently forbidden. We do have some experience in the region, like in Salvador or Argentina, that right now actually they evolved with interesting regulations. We are following their examples, their experiences to see. We're going to evaluate as country. This was one of the major sessions that we had in our IGF back in November this year. So I think it's another important part of e-commerce that we need to explore and we need to face in the close future. Thank you very much, Lucio.
Merci beaucoup, Roberto. Thanks for the inspiring examples. Common realities, despite the place we are living. Initiative to target small businesses and self-employed entrepreneurs, which are indeed very affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. local level, but that can be expanded and have a global impact. Thank you a lot, Roberto. Before the Q&A, and I'll ask every speaker afterward to conclude by 30 seconds with key talking points and obviously either a voluntary commitment or action point that they want to lead forward. I give the floor to Carlos Vera from Ecuador IGF. You have the floor, Carlos.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. Good day, good afternoon, good night, especially to all my friends for the NRI network, Roberto, Osvaldo, and for Anja. Some 20 years ago, we say two things. First, that e-commerce is more commerce than first one. And second one, that sometime later, we don't talk about e-commerce and commerce. We don't make any difference. And the time has come. Now we use and we make e-business, but we don't say e-business all the time. We say only business. The pandemic was enable us to be awareness of what is happening, because e-commerce, e-business, e-service, e-health, e-government is a commodity now for us. We use in a transparent way. We even don't know what is behind. But the good news is and was that the infrastructure, the internet companies, the service company, the financial company, the government was ready and support the great demand of people to use internet service. From Amazon to the small store in every block of our home, we use e-commerce. We use WhatsApp to order food. We use a QR to read the menu in the restaurant. We use Uber, and we use all these things, and we even don't think what we are doing. And that's the good news. Maybe we need some support from the bank companies, from the financial company, for the credit card companies, to make it cheaper and more available this kind of facilities to make more business online. But we are doing business online all the time. 20 years ago, from the 2000 to now, we don't talk more in the most of situations about e-commerce. We talk simply about commerce. And the pandemic give us the opportunity to see the importance to have a secure and reliable and a strong network of e-commerce.
We can't hear you anymore here, Carlos.
Of
you still are breaking out. Yeah, you still are breaking out on at least in the room in Katowice.
That's all good news. Good news for us to keep growing. It doesn't matter what kind of problem we have, because the more problems we have, the more opportunities we have to solve. Thank you very much. My 3 minutes.
Thanks a lot, Carlos. We lost you like for a minute, but we got most of it. E-commerce is a commodity nowadays. QR code to use menus to get a great meal at restaurant. And obviously we don't say e-businesses or e-commerce, but only business or commerce, which need to be secure and reliable. I would like to ask the room here in Katowice and online if there is, first of all, any question. If so, you can raise your hand and then go to the microphone here in Katowice. And if you are on Zoom, I'll check the room and as well as my colleagues in the room. You have the floor.
Yes, okay. Good afternoon from here in Katowice. Glad to be in this panel. I'm glad to hear the different experiences from different countries, including the initiatives from Roberto, always with creative solutions. In Dominican Republic, we had an interesting case because we, since 2006, created a law to regulate e-commerce, digital signatures and things like that, and a cybersecurity law combating cybercrime in 2007. So we were one of the pioneers in Latin American, Caribbean communities to promote this kind of thing. I saw a surge in the last year of the promotion of delivery services from supermarkets that were relying for long to promote this kind of solutions. So sometimes the more people used the e-commerce products, the more they were exposed to cloning WhatsApp applications, identities to rely on these different things. And we were promoting, as Internet Society locally, different solutions to promote, strengthen the passwords and using the multi-factor applications in this order. Those kind of things, my question, are interconnected with logistics that are made by people and by the business who promote the services, but not always have a logistic solution for that. So this promoted a connection of the ecosystems. Is that a situation that occurred in your different countries? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Osvaldo. Do you want to react, Roberto, or anyone else? Roberto.
Thank you, Lucien, and thank you, Osvaldo. Yes, it's a very important question. All the things regarding security during and after pandemic is really important because it's really bad, but very bad people actually took advantage of this season, which is really bad because we already have a really big problem, a tragedy in the world, and we can think that people actually wanted to take advantage of this. So that is a situation that wasn't new because we had security issues before, but for sure, knowing that this was the only way for several sectors to actually continue working, trying to have normal lives during that time. So, of course, these incidents increased. In our case, the very small experience that we had at the city hall, we tried to come up with try it, because as we all know, security is not an issue that you can say, yeah, I have everything solved. But at least we try to have a closer approach with the most important things regarding security. But it's this kind of approaches need to be evaluated, assessed during the whole time that you are running or managing an application. That's from my side, Lucien.
Thanks a lot, Roberto. Is any speakers wants to react in the Zoom room? Just take the floor if you want to say a word. Carlos, Toba, Felix.
Yes, just a quick thought. So I mean, you can't talk about digital technologies without talking about security. They just go hand in hand. I mean, one of the things that became prevalent during this pandemic was the fact that lots of countries are not ready when it comes to digital security. I do think that there's a lot of work to be done, especially when it comes to education. In today's world, it's so easy to get online, and a lot of focus is getting people online, but there's very little focus on getting people safe online. And I think that's what we need to do, helping people to identify um, how to be safe and identify, things that they should watch out for. I do know that a lot of work is being done by different platforms. I know that, for example, that as a simple thing like, having a password checker right now, introducing Google Chrome to ensure that, first, your password has not been leaked. And then secondly, that you've not reused your password too often. As simple as that goes a long way to helping people to stay secure. But I do think that government and private institutions have a lot of work to do. I imagine a world where every business works in beyond just promoting their services, also promotes how to stay safe using their services. And I think that if we have a lot more education, and if we have brands, governments, businesses being more dedicated to educating their users, I think that we would see a safer internet and all. Because while yes, we need a lot of work when it comes to security from the infrastructure, security from the platforms, the truth is that the weakest link is human. The humans are the weakest link. No matter how hard and how secure you make a platform, I mean, everyone still has a work to do for themselves. So I think that if we do a lot more education, we'll have a safer internet now. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Toba. Anyone wants to react?
Yes, I can say something. Well, in Spain, the security issues are also a big problem. Just to give you an idea, during last year, around more than 60% of the internet users reported security incidents. As e-commerce is growing, this is a problem that is increasing. Right now, at the European Commission is promoting new regulation to try to improve the regulation. For example, introducing double checking for the identity, well, to improve the procedures, especially when you are working with a bank. But in any case, the cybercrime activity is increasing, using all kind of new different procedures. So I believe it is very important to try to increase effort in this field in order to have a good future for electronic commerce. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Hi, this is Melinda. I think that Toba probably said it the best, and the importance of realizing that security is everyone's responsibility, and how the weakest link tends to be the individual user. And I agree with him that it's really about education and awareness. And I think we've had really great opportunities to do that. And as we continue with what looks to be now a new ongoing and consistent trend in hybrid work environments, that it's really important for employers to take that opportunity when they're training the remote worker about the precautions that they're taking around security, and translating that into, by the way, this is applicable for you at home as well, when it's basic things about passwords or multi-factor authentication, securing your networks and things, some of these really basics, but 2 or 3 things can go a really long way, to help secure that user. But we do need that awareness, and every opportunity we have to train people to take those.
Thanks a lot, Melinda. Is there any more question in the room or online? Please raise your hand if so. If there is no more questions, the last part of the session will be to have your key takeaways, your key action points. And I would like to give the floor to every speaker, and I'll speak for my colleague Julien Rossi, which had to leave us here in Katowice, and is sorry for it. I would like to give the floor to every speaker for 30 seconds so that you can shed light on the key points and action points that you want to highlight. I would like first to give the floor to Felix from Spain IGF. Felix, you have the floor.
Thank you. The e-commerce will continue growing in the following year. We should work to ensure that the market remains with sufficient competition and companies and consumers obtain all the huge potential benefit of the electronic commerce. We, as the Spain and RI, commit to try to favor the development of the proper regulation for the benefits of citizens and companies.
Thanks a lot, Felix. I would like to give the floor next to Toba. Toba, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. I guess my final statement will be that the world is, the world is really has always been a global village, but it has become even more obvious with the COVID pandemic that digitization of businesses is critical for survival in today's world. And there's still a lot of work that needs to be done, helping people understand how to benefit from getting online, staying online safely. But like I mentioned earlier, it's a lot of joint efforts. Here in Nigeria, we've seen that while government is putting several policies in place to keep people safe and to make internet safer for all, there have been some policies that have also been that have not helped businesses to grow and succeed, but instead impact growth. But one of the interesting things that we're seeing is resilience of businesses here in Nigeria and finding ways around the challenges. We've had several challenges around Forex, for example. We've had several challenges around, infrastructure. But somehow, and it's quite impressive to see how a lot of great e-commerce platforms have come out of even all these challenges. And what that tells us is that, there's so much ahead of us. And I would say watch this space because a lot of Nigerian, unicorns are about to come out of here. And it's really amazing the opportunities available here. And I do believe that globally, we're going to see a new kind of, businesses springing out, helping businesses and individuals to succeed online. So we'll see more e-commerce in new and different ways. And I'm really excited for what the future holds. Thank you.
Thank you a lot, Toba. Internet as a global village, indeed. I would like next to give the floor to Melinda. Melinda, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'd also like to end on a positive note. The process of putting together our program this year was incredibly inspiring. And it was largely around all of these new e-commerce or tangentially, commerce activities that were to learn about them and see what's growing out there and to see this, sort of new breed of commerce that's happening. That's both a growing intersection of, traditional commerce, but also looking to tackle things that we haven't done before that people lose out on, whether it's by virtue of ethnicity, its geography, economics. All of those things are being tackled by these new forms of commerce. And I'm inspired that we will continue to do that and that we have these opportunities, regardless of any of these other socioeconomic factors. The other thing that inspired me, and I know that Carlos had also mentioned this, was how our solutions in all of these new opportunities are rising that are hyper local, that we aren't reliant on, large corporations that, might be, 1,000 kilometers away from us, that people are tackling things locally, at with individuals, learning their neighbors and really taking a community approach to it. So I think that's really great. I'd like to close on just one final thing, is that what we see is a challenge that continues, but is also an opportunity, is that I think we've all learned so much about how interconnected the ecosystem is and how important both the online and offline worlds are. And I think sometimes we forget that we focus, on the platform, we focus on the infrastructure, but we have to remember that there's other parts of this fulfillment that, whether it's the postal services or the delivery networks that get you and whatever that last bit of delivery is on your service. But we also have a tremendous nod to everyone who's made these platforms and the folks on the hardware side who have these great computing devices, that we all have these supercomputers in our hands, that we're all very fortunate to have this great talent that's made all this possible.
Thank you, Melinda. I'll ask the two last speakers, Roberto and Carlos, to be quick because it's almost time's up.
Thank you very much, Lucian. I don't want to repeat what I said. Instead, I would like to just talk a little bit about the customers' right, which is another important thing that in another session, maybe in the future, we need to tackle. It's important to discuss about jurisdiction in terms of regarding e-commerce, because that is another issue that we need to face in the future, how all the transactions are going to be safe by themselves in terms of protecting the customers when they just buy a product or service, and that have to be also with jurisdictions. Because as we know, in digital platforms, we don't have borders as we do have in in all the other aspects of international relationship. Thank you very much, Lucy.
Thank you a lot, Roberto. Carlos, last word. If we lost Carlos, I'll say a word for Julien. His last word, where the web, which online commerce relies on, must regain the trust of its users. That would conclude the session. Thanks a lot.
Pitbull będzie grał z nami. O, no i super. Mamy czwartego gościa. Ale się najadłem w końcu. Kilka dni takiej nietrza dzisiaj. Może nie dużo, ale 3 talerze zupy. Jadłem ogórkową, która była ogórkowa dobra była pyszna, potem gulaszową, która była średnia i potem całą ogórkową, która była pyszna. Ogórkowa dobra.
Hello, I just want to make contact with the local hosts on this session. Can you hear me? The key organizers and speakers are not able to speak, to join the session.
Co sprzedajesz maka? Aha. Tego? Aha.
Hello?
Kiedy wystawiłeś? Wystawiłem już miesiąc temu, ale zdjąłem go 2 tygodnie, nawet więcej chyba temu, bo potrzebowałem go i nie mogłem go sprzedać. No i teraz wystawiłem znowu. I on, o ile? Zresztą na jego wystawiłem teraz 2,850. Powiem w cenie. No, nawet ten, kurwa, 11-letni stoi, kurwa, po 1000 coś. No. Wymieniłem baterię. Sam?
Can the local host hear me and understand English, please? Because the organizers are not able to join this session because the interface isn't working. Can you help them?
No gotowe? To już się wysyłam numer serwera.
Czekaj, bo jakiś problem mają z dołączeniem.
To zaczynamy za chwilę.
To jeszcze 5 minut.
10 minut.
10?
A nie, 5. 10, 45. Pięć, 2, 8. 1, 4. X góry jest. 5, 2, 8, 1, 4, 8, 6. No Danielos. Masz włączyć wymutowany, bo mi coś wchodzi.
Pewnie nie, no.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Hello, everyone. This is Brian Scarpelli, the moderator for this session. If folks could just bear with me, we're having a couple of technical difficulties with getting people on, panelists on. So please bear with us just for 1 or 2 more minutes. Thanks.
You're muted, Brian.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Another technical difficulty there. Hi, everyone. Welcome, and apologies for the slight delay here. We've had some slight difficulties, technical difficulties getting going here, but here we are, and all the panelists are now here. Thank you all very much for joining this session. This is session 33, Empowering Persons with Disabilities, Accessible Technology. Again, my name is Brian Scarpelli. I'm very briefly about myself, and then I'll just maybe do a little bit of frame setting, and then I'd love to we can jump right in here. But I'm a senior global policy counsel with ACT, the App Association. The App Association is a not-for-profit advocacy organization for small businesses in the software development and technology development segment of industry widely, across enterprise and consumer contexts. A huge priority for our community is in advancing accessibility and building in and advancing the idea of accessibility by design. So you can probably imagine how excited I and my organization are to be a part of an IGF session that addresses ICT and accessibility, and I think we have some great speakers here that I'll turn it over to in just a second when we get started. But the goal of our session is to explore innovative uses of ICTs for the empowerment of persons with disabilities. We'd like to, talk about the possible today in enhancing awareness of what is possible, as well as what's coming down the pipeline. And we hope that this discussion will inspire the IGF community to further action and cross-sector collaboration that's needed to realize the potential of ICTs in continuing to improve accessibility. Of course, we should probably touch on some timely developments, the pandemic's influence on ICT developments and usership, for example, I think is an interesting aspect to talk about. But I think we're supposed to mention our expected outcomes. They are to understand how universal design principles for accessibility can be advanced across the internet to improve the experience of those with disabilities. Second, to capture and understand the uses of ICTs enabled by the internet that are today empowering persons with disabilities, as well as what's coming down the pipeline. Also, learning about what the IGF community can do to further to advance action and cross-sectoral collaboration, realizing the potential of ICTs to improve the experiences of those with disabilities. And fourth, to appreciate the diverse perspectives regarding priorities and/or changes needed from an internet governance policy standpoint to accelerate progress towards a more inclusive internet for persons with disabilities and take action to address needed changes. I think just I've probably taken up too much time here, given that we had a bit of a late start. But perhaps we thought that we'd take a few minutes for each panelist to give some opening remarks. I certainly have some questions that I have in my back pocket as a moderator, but we'd love to have your engagement, audience, anyone in the audience. So please have your questions ready, and you can put them in the chat. I will keep a lookout there for those. So why don't I just throw it to the panelists for their opening remarks, and I can defer to you all to give a little bit of an introduction of yourself and your background and current roles, et cetera, that you'd like to share. Jorge, is that okay if I throw it to you?
Yes, thanks, Brian. I hope you guys can hear me. Finally, happy to be able to join. It was such a difficult task. So to begin with, I'll just start to introduce myself briefly. So my name is Jorge Manique. I'm from Mozambique. So I mostly have been working on disability rights in general, disability rights inclusion, and particularly with specific interest on the issues of access and accessibility in regards to ICT, but not only. So it's a really pleasure for me to be here today and to be talking about this very important topic, and especially at this point in time where we are going through the COVID pandemic. And as we know, because of that, most of the services, opportunities, et cetera, have moved to the online world, right? So from the physical to the online world, and that makes it even more important, the issue of access and accessibility of the ICT environment. So, but just I wanted to start by just throwing out some of the data, some of the data that have been produced, and I have here data from the report that was conducted by GSMA in 2 countries, one in Africa, Kenya, and also in Bangladesh, which indicates, in general, that there's this lack of awareness when it comes to accessibility features and the impact that may have on access for persons with disabilities, and also points out that in general, mobile phones. So this particular study was focused on mobile access and accessibility. So it points out that mobile access in most of the communities in those countries is still unaffordable for persons with disabilities. So to get the hardware itself is still very difficult. And it points to a very particular thing, which is very interesting for us here to look at, is that the role that relatives and caregivers still play when it comes to access to technology for persons with disabilities. So because many persons with disabilities, they're not able to own, let's say, a device itself. They will rely mostly on family members, caregivers to be able to have access to technology, and that speaks a lot on the liberty, independence, and autonomy that the person can have when it comes to ICT accessibility. This study also points to the fact that education, and this is something I'm sure we all know, education and the type of disability as well as gender are big determinants when it comes to ownership, including the type of mobile phone the person may or may not own. So those are the big determinants. So the type of disability, the level of education, but also gender. And that speaks to the issues that, although we are here talking about disability, it's important to recognize that we're not talking about an homogeneous group. There are differences within the movement, within the group. There may be groups, and those usually tend to be persons with physical disabilities that may have a little bit more ability and chances to own, or possibilities to own and enjoy from the ICT devices. But there are other groups, and often persons with intellectual disabilities who may be even more excluded, or persons with deaf blindness who may be even excluded. So when we talk about ICT accessibility, it's really important to go and look at those specific groups that may be overlooked because we are just focused on the bigger picture, which is disability here. So although there are people that tend to have access to mobile phones, so within those groups, within the disability movement, there are more less chances that they will hold or they will own, let's say, smartphones. So they will have telephones, mobile phones with very basic features, which means they will not be able to enjoy and the maximum possibilities that smartphones represents in terms of features that they have and what the possibilities that they may open up to the users. So most persons with disabilities are not able to own those because, as I mentioned, they are very expensive. They may not be able to, because of the education, they may not have the literacy that may enable them to explore fully the features that those mobile phones have. So which points out, to the issues of training, education, and so on and so forth. So I will stop here for now, just to allow others to also have their 5 minutes, and then we'll come again for the questions and answers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's wonderful opening remarks there. Next, we have Gunilla.
Hello, and thank you very much, Brian. I just briefly to introduce myself. My name is Gunilla Astbrink. I am based in Australia, and it is just after midnight here. And I am Vice President of the Internet Society Accessibility Special Interest Group, and have been involved with disability and accessibility for 25 years plus. And I want to continue on from where Jorge talked about the barriers to use of technology for persons with disability. And as a member of Women with Disabilities Australia, I can say that there's definitely gender and cultural issues that mean that women with disabilities are often doubly or triply disadvantaged. And we need to take into account the issues about barriers to uptake because of affordability, because of cultural issues, training, etc. But I wanted to also mention that when a person is able and can afford to use some of the technology, there are barriers. If a person is vision impaired, for example, there's a recent report, as in December, so it's a brand new report, and it has been put together by a company called Diamond, who do web accessibility evaluations, etc. They have done a state of accessibility report on an annual basis for the last 3 years. And this relates to the top 100 websites through Alexa. And they also, for the first time, and this is pertinent to our discussion in regard to mobile apps. And so they have assessed the top 20 of iOS apps on, say, iPhones, and also the top 20 on Android apps. And interestingly, using both automated and manual testing, they have stated that of those top 20 in each of the categories, with the free apps, 65% and 75% of the free Android apps were reasonably accessible, reasonably. Now, that just relates to the use by a screen reader. So that's important to differentiate. There are lots of other different barriers. Now, what is interesting too is that of the paid apps for iOS and Android, only 35% of the paid iOS apps and 29% of the Android apps passed the home screen manual accessibility testing. And that's just looking at the home screen, being able to register, being able to use it from the home screen. Then there could be potentially other barriers. So we can see that there is a considerable way to go when it comes to reducing those barriers and increasing the accessibility of the apps. And I think that's something that the App Association might be very interested in. And so I will continue talking a little bit later during the discussion about a number of other drivers to improve accessibility. So I think I'll stop there. Thank you very much, Brian.
Thank you. Thank you. And Tim.
Yeah, I'm just trying to calm down a little bit. Sorry, but it was stressful getting here, and I'm so sorry for those who weren't able to. I think some people may be watching on YouTube, so if you're able to, that's great, and maybe somehow you could communicate. But I'm going to be very brief and really just focus on 5 points and kind of have them as almost policy dogma from my side. I think the first is we need to think about universality at many, many different levels. I mean, both Jorge and Gonella have touched on that, but it is sort of universal universality. So I'll try and explain my other points what I mean by that. Secondly, I'm coming to a view that we need to rethink the whole notion of disabilities. And let me put it this way. We all have abilities, but we all have some disabilities. And what we've tended to do, certainly in the societies with which I'm familiar, is we cut out a group and say they are persons with disabilities or they're disabled. And you have to somehow have a certificate to show that you have a particular disability. Whereas actually there are a whole range of other disabilities aren't necessarily certified and you don't necessarily get the benefits from that. And I want to emphasize that if we try and reconceptualize this, that one of the key points is that somebody who has one disability is perfectly able in lots of other ways and vice versa. And certainly as someone who's, you can tell from the grey hair, is aging and needing these much more. As we get older, our disability increases, even if we had rather less when we were younger. So I actually think that whole notion could usefully be reconsidered, particularly in relationship with technology, because you can get assistive technology, and I'll come back to that, at a price. You pay for it if you have a particular disability. But there are all those who don't have that classified disability who still need to benefit from it. And again, universality is important. Thirdly, and I'm not going to say much more about this because Jorge and Gonella have touched it, but for me, the key thing is ensuring that everyone who develops new technologies, be they apps or hardware or increasingly converged technologies, has to take fully on board the need for them to be as universally accessible as possible. And as we've heard already, that just still isn't the case. Developers just don't have that mindset, even though some of them also have lots of disabilities. They may not realise that, going back to my previous point. And this comes down to capacity development and education. Anyone in training to go into the tech field, be there in computer science or electronic engineering, should have almost a compulsory course in understanding the needs of people with disabilities. That's three. Fourthly, despite being that advocate for the universal, I think there will always be a place for particular assistive technologies to address the needs of particular groups of people. And the key thing there, of course, is that they shouldn't have to pay more for this. All too often, assistive technologies mean that some of the most disadvantaged people in the world actually become more disadvantaged because they can't afford them. So I've been very impressed, for example, with does anyone here know OptiKey? Which is a development by a guy in the UK, and which provides a free suite of apps to allow people to use computers using only their eyes. And this is being provided for free in Pakistan. There's a little program I know about that. But things like that can make a huge transformative difference. But partly because a lot of it is open. And then finally, and I think it's always there and being said, but above all, we need to keep remembering and remind people nothing about us without us. And I'd just like to touch on the notion of what we may understand by empowerment here, because I think the word empowerment is hugely problematic. It's usually used, I'm being a bit deliberately provocative here, so do come back at me, by white middle-aged guys like me empowering poor, underprivileged people in other parts of the world. That to me makes me absolutely, cringe. Because empowerment, in that sense, is deeply, deeply problematic. And the only true empowerment is when the poor and the marginalised take power into their own hands, or are able to take power into their own hands. That's what empowerment means. It's changing the basic power relationships within our societies to enable the poorest and most marginalised, including persons with disabilities, to actually participate and actually take control. So, 5 items, quite provocative, but I look forward to our discussion, and I'd just like to thank the other 11 people who are here who've actually made it. For a session on accessibility to be made so inaccessible makes me really, really angry. Sorry.
Thanks, Tim. No, it's true. Some frustrations there. I'm with you. Yes. Well, thank you all for the opening remarks there. Like I mentioned earlier, to those, this is directed to those in the audience. We've certainly got. I think there's been. I just in listening to the brief opening remarks, some interesting threads. I certainly am game to pull on, but we'd really love for your engagement, your intervention. So please do jump in here. If or you can, for example, in the chat, I know a couple of people have sort of introduced themselves. That's really great. I just to maybe to start things off a little bit, I wondered if I could jump to perhaps a question about how for you to all of the panelists too. I would ask this question: how has the pandemic affected uptake or really development of ICT and accessibility? And I wondered if there are any lessons we can take or any trends we should be aware of. I think, I wonder if, I think already in opening remarks, for example, we talked about infrastructure availability and deployment, enabling connectivity, like for that will provide for smartphones versus feature phones, provide accessibility. How has the pandemic affected these issues for you and your region and globally?
I can go first, George here. So well, I think, and I'm talking about my experience here in Mozambique, but also I will say it will be the same experience in other African countries as well, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. I will say, and I guess this is true in many places in the world. Because of the measures, to protect against the COVID, there's a boom of services online, which, of course, that represents a huge opportunity and a potential for persons with disabilities to benefit from that, from those services. But it's at the same time, it's sad to see how those products, services are being developed in completely disregard for accessibility and universal design principles. So you have, new services, government and private services being provided online, which is, again, very useful for the general population, not only for the population of persons with disabilities, but will represent even more for persons with disabilities, for instance, those who have difficult mobilities and so on and so forth. So there's a huge potential on that. But because of the way those products are being developed, so persons with disabilities are being left behind on that. So that's one thing I wanted to raise. The second thing is that, yes, we have this massive opportunity that is opening up, but it's not only the cost or the affordability of the hardware, but it's also data, how expensive is the data in most of the countries. Here in Mozambique, just to give you an example, for you to be able to have a minimum quality of internet, you will have to pay, close to 5 euros, to be able to use for a week, right? And this is very expensive for not only for persons with disabilities, but for the general population here, who, most of them living below the poverty line. So that's something we have to take into consideration. So again, you have the services that are available, but barely, a small proportion of the population are able to actually use it. All right. The third thing is related with the fact that persons with disabilities are, especially, I mean, in general, they're not, their participation in public life is still very minimum, but especially when it comes to ICT and accessibility things, those things are still regarded as very technical. So inputs from persons with disabilities and so on, they are seen as a marginal, and the results is that we, both the technical experts, they lose a lot of inputs that could make those services very, more responsive to the general population, but also of a high quality, So persons with disabilities, not only here in Mozambique, they are not really engaging, when it comes to ICT accessibility. So this is something we really have to pay attention. There are some initiatives that are coming up regionally. There's an organization in Uganda called CIPESA, which is a center on ICT accessibility for East and Southern Africa, which is doing a great work on coming up with indicators on ICT accessibility, providing grants to organizations of persons with disabilities to be able to conduct accessibility audit in government, but not only, websites and service providers, and then use those resources and the data that's coming out from that to be able to engage the government, but also service providers. So I guess that's very huge thing, especially because they are acting on the demand side, on the side of persons with disabilities, kind of empowering them to be able to not only, saying, hey, we are being left behind, but actually having evidence, to be able to put on the table and say, you guys came up with this solution, but this solution is not responsive to the needs of the majority of the groups of persons with disabilities. So that's very huge thing. In the beginning, I said that awareness on disability is still very, on the ICT accessibility is still very low, but I was very surprised, positive surprise. Last week, as you know, was the week of the International Day of Persons with Disabilities. So I was quite surprised by seeing, some governments coming, with concrete proposals. I'm talking about the government of Uganda, the government of Kenya, in Malawi as well, coming up with very concrete proposals to be able to advance the agenda of ICT accessibility in their respective countries. So I was positively surprised by those commitments coming from high-level officials. In Kenya was the president, in Malawi as well, also in Uganda as well. So that meant a lot, specifically because they did raise concrete issues that relates to disability and ICT accessibility. So yes, thank you so much. I'll stop here for now.
Thanks. Does anyone else want to add on to that? Great.
And I add some comments to that, following on from what Tim and Georgia has talked about. Certainly, when it comes to this year's theme of the International Day of Persons with Disability. It's entitled Leadership and Participation of Persons with Disability towards an inclusive, accessible and sustainable post-COVID-19 world. And so it's very, very encouraging that we need to work towards more persons with disability being involved in organizations. And so to be able to have people on boards, for example, with the Internet Society, Mohammed Shabir Awan from Pakistan, who has a vision impairment, is probably the first person with a disability on that board of trustees, which means being able to contribute to policy and strategy on the highest level of internet policy. So we need those voices. We need those voices within organizations. And it might be that if there were more opportunities for persons with disability to be employed in government, in non-profits, in industry, then people will see that there are persons with disability around in the community. Often it's this thing about, as Tim was talking about, they are other, they are different, whereas we are all one, but we have different types of disabilities, and that's what needs to be conveyed. And in the workplace, that's a very important place to be able to do that and to make cultural change and to influence those policies and programs and communications. And the key phrase is nothing about us without us. So it's taking that control, which is so important. They are probably the things I could respond to, but I have a few other comments. Can I follow on, Brian, with that?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. So just going back to those statistics I mentioned earlier about accessible and non-accessible apps, wouldn't it be good if an organization or a developer, every time they develop something, have a sort of accessibility filter, just to be aware that, okay, we have international guidelines, let's have a look at them. How do we do this in the best possible way? And if the team of developers haven't got the experience of accessibility, then there are a large number of companies and organizations who can provide that support. And obviously, W3C, the World Wide Web Foundation, is the foundation of those web accessibility content guidelines, which are used by governments and many private industry organizations to ensure there's uniformity in the way tools are made accessible. So I think that's really important. And I just also wanted to look at another point, and we're coming back to universal design. And really, if you look at the traditional curb cut, say, or from a footpath, then if that is done with accessibility, so a wheelchair user can use it, then a delivery cart can use it, then a person with a pram can use it. It's good for a wider range of persons in the community. And if you're talking about that in the online world, it's not only designing for accessibility for what actually is a large group of people globally. We're talking about 15% of the world's population, which is, say, 1.5 billion people internationally. We're talking about a huge number of people. And just also looking at it from a point of market forces, we're missing out on a market here to provide services that people can buy if they can afford them, and also to make sure that they are accessible. And that means that has flow-on effects to everyone, because often if something is accessible, it's really quite usable by most people in the community. I'll stop there for now. I've got some other points to make if I have time. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, Tim, I think I was actually gonna point to you anyway, because I thought that one of the resources that you shared at an earlier phase here, the report on technology and education for the most marginalized in a post-COVID-19 environment, I thought that I would ask you to maybe summarize that, because it seems spot on. But also, I think some of, any other comments.
I was going to be and say let's move on to a different question because we haven't much time. But in essence, this was a global report we put together, a group of us, funded by the World Bank, and DFID, and its idea was to provide guidance notes for governments on how to ensure that they use digital tech to support the education of the poorest and most marginalised, not just the rich and powerful. And it had a series of guidance notes at the end, as well as being an overall volume. One of those was specifically on how to support persons with disabilities, but the whole theme going through it includes that. So that would be my answer for in the field of education. But as you can imagine, I could talk for hours on that. It's in 3 acts. There's an executive summary, Act 1. Act 2 is the bulk of the full report. Act 3 is the guidance notes. And they're called acts. Have you ever seen an official report like it's called acts? But they're acts just because they have to be performed on the world stage, in the theatre, and also act because those are the first 3 letters of the word action, which is so important.
Excellent. I might take that if it's okay. I might commandeer that approach to deliverables we put out.
As long as you show where credit's due.
Well. Excellent. All right. Well, you're probably right, Tim. I know that we don't have a human, and you, folks. I hope you can tell that. The expertise here is deep, and everybody here is quite passionate. So you're right. We could go on any one of these questions for quite a long time, but definitely probably a fair suggestion there. We should maybe look to another question. I was thinking about some emerging tech, if you want to call them that, emerging technologies, or ones that have just emerged. Artificial intelligence tools, predictive analytics. Even virtual reality technologies and things like that. How do you all see these technologies playing in, and is accessibility being infused by design in some of these newer technologies that are coming out? Do you see any other? I mean, there's lots of discussion, no matter where you look. When, for example, just looking at predictive algorithms, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and other terminologies like that, ethics, bias, preservation of privacy and other data stewardship practices and things like that. Everywhere you look, people are discussing them appropriately. So is there, how do you all see accessibility developing with some of these newer technologies that are starting to mature? Facial recognition, for example, and what is there anything that you would change from a governance perspective? And when I'm sorry, this is about 3 questions rolled into one, and when I say governance, I mean that could mean a government making some kind of policy change. It could mean an organization's governance. It could mean something that might just be generated across different communities in a forum like the IGF. So I guess I'm just saying, I mean, governance in the broadest sense, but internet governance. Anyone want to tackle that long-winded question? Quite the wind up there, I know, but.
I have my hand up, so I was last first time, so I'll be very quick this time. Just to say, I've always been passionate about the potential of smart cars for smart humans. and I know there are people who are actually out there beginning to work on this. But imagine if people with visual impairments were able to act like a smart car, and so they would know when something was about to bump into them, or they were so the sensors around it. That I think is one exciting way for the future. I mean, that's just a tiny part of it. But one thing's that, and the other I've already mentioned OptiKey, which I'm a great fan of as an example of something really being done very high tech, but made reasonably cheaply available, freely available to people as well. So those have been my two pennyworth on the future.
George or Ganella, do you? It's okay if you. Oh, there you are.
Okay. Yeah. Look, I think there's so much potential, and sometimes innovation in the disability field can lead to actually very mainstream products, and I'll go right back to something like persons with physical disability who couldn't use a keyboard, and so there was a drag and dictate, for example, where people could speak to the computer and so forth. And this was back 30 years ago, revolutionary and very expensive. But this technology was designed for persons with disability, and now we have speech recognition everywhere. So some of those innovations can really make a difference. And I think when it comes to virtual reality, they are in the A11Y community, which are accessibility geeks and enthusiasts who are working on some very exciting virtual reality applications, especially for persons who have limited physical mobility. So there's a lot that will be happening, I'd say, in the future, and can have mainstream applications.
Great. Well, I've been notified that we are approaching the end, but I think that there's a number of good questions coming in from the audience in the chat, which is great. Thank you all for the participation and the interventions. One question, this might trying to take a few different themes at least, or parts of questions that I've seen so far. One question I see here is how can we make accessible technologies more affordable? And I think that at a high level, that's obviously a very important question. I think we've touched on different maybe layers. Curious what you all think about this, but different layers from infrastructure to the device at the end of that value chain that's in the hand of a consumer, and then we were just talking about emerging technologies, which, depending on the community and the location, may be completely unavailable, right? For a number of reasons, or widely available. So from a maybe and it could be an interesting question about that for us to kind of to bring us sort of to the end is if you were to say to each panelist, if you were to pick one or two top things that could be done from a governance perspective, and again I mean that broadly, is how would you make accessible technologies more affordable?
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'll just
Yeah.
put myself on there. Well, I guess one of the things is to popularize, those technologies, right? So, I like to, and I guess that's the approach from, at least from the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, to think disability as part of the human diversity, so meaning that when we do things, we have to do things thinking about every potential user of that product, of that device, or whatever it is. So I think part of the way we can bring the costs down is to mainstream accessibility in everything that, all the technologies. So we don't see as something special, something extra, which therefore should cost more, right? So that's one thing. The other thing is to, issues of standards. I think it's very important. I think Gunella raised that. I think that's important. And and that also we have to deal, consider what happens in the north, in the global north, in the global south. Unfortunately, governments in the global south will have little power to influence, global standards and so on and so forth. But that's why I think international cooperation on these issues are very important, to make sure that whatever is designed, I know that's very difficult to do it, to design inclusive for the whole world, but at least that agree on minimum standards, and then, further adjustments and so on can be done in a context-specific base. So I think, but international cooperation on this issue is very important and can help as well bring the cost down. So I'll just put those two ideas forward on that.
Thank you. Anyone else? I see Tim has a very, I personally, I think is a great suggestion. Having more people in government who are recognized as persons with disabilities. That's also a great suggestion. Well, I just want to make sure. I see you're unmuted, Ganella. Don't want to jump the gun there.
Yeah, okay. Thanks. Just very quickly, I mentioned in the chat about ICT accessibility criteria in public procurement, as in government purchasing. And that makes a huge difference, because it means major corporations, if they are going to be successful in tenders to the government, then they need to ensure their products are accessible. And that has a flow-on effect. And it might take quite a while for that flow-on effect to occur, but over time, one would hope that it does make a difference. And I just also want to touch on a couple of European-based directives and legislation. One is the Web Accessibility Directive, and the other is the European Accessibility Act. And they are required through the Accessibility Act for governments to show how they provide accessible services. And if any a company wants to develop something and provide it to any European country, then it needs to be accessible in future. It's still in progress, but there's not enough time to talk about it in more detail. But it's worthwhile having a look at the European Accessibility Act and the Web Accessibility Directive and seeing what influence that can have in future.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. And I think we can in our post session recap report, I think we can ensure that we point people to those very important resources. I agree, and I think it's great you raised them. So I do apologize because we are though we started a tad late when there had some technical difficulties. We are at time for this session. I greatly appreciate the participation here by George, Gunilla, Tim. Thank you so much for joining, sharing your perspectives, and to all who joined. I think this I hope is just yet another step in a global discussion that reflects I think the broadest commitment to advancing accessibility through ICT, no matter where somebody is or what disability that they have. So I know that for my own organization, we absolutely share that priority. I personally, even at previous organizations I had, I've long personally had a commitment for that, and I'm very passionate about that myself. So thank you again, and thank you to IGF. I think that concludes our panel.
Thanks, Brian.
Bye.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Hello, everyone. I think that we are missing our session moderator, so we will just give him a minute to join us, and if not, we will.
Who has a
Yeah. You got promoted. Yeah. Congratulations. That's great. Okay, so maybe I will just start with introducing to the session. Okay. So welcome everybody to the session called Youth in IG Policymaking Process. Let's talk about MHLB. My name is Emilia Zalewska and I am from Poland, representing the Youth IGF Poland. So firstly, I would like to shortly introduce you our 4 speakers for today's session. So first, it's Juan Pajaro Valesquez, who has a bachelor in communication studies at the University of Cartagena and a master's in cultural studies at the National University of Rosario. Their main research focus has been LGBTQI issues and queer representation in media. In the last couple of years, they started to focus on gender diverse representation online, internet governance, and also on topics related to artificial intelligence, ethics, and social computing as independent researcher. The second speaker is me, Emilia Zalewska, and I am a lawyer. I am involved in the internet governance for 5 years. I am the steering committee member and co-founder of the Youth IGF Poland, and also this year I took part in preparing the Youth Summit as the Project Youth Summit organization. So the next speaker is Bruna Santos. She is a visiting researcher at the Wissenschaftszentrum Berlin für Sozialforschung and recipient of German Chancellor Fellowship for Future Leaders of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation. Bruna graduated from Centro Universitario de Brasilia with a Bachelor of Laws and brings along experience as a specialist consultant in data protection, global internet governance, and content governance. She actively participated in the discussions that led to the approval of the Brazilian Civil Rights Framework for the Internet and the Brazilian Personal Data. I'm sorry, I have like the text is disappearing. For the best part. So this is Bruna. And also our online moderator is João Moreno Falcao, who are here with us in the room and just got promoted. Okay, so firstly, I would like to give the floor to our panelists. So firstly, there will be Bruna, then there will be Juan, then Aileen, and the last speaker will be me. So Bruna, please, if you could tell us more about what are your thoughts on the MHLB and the different viewpoints we heard on the last weeks. Like, what are the objectives and challenges?
Hi, everyone, and thank you all so much for the invitation. Well, just going a little bit through what is the multi-stakeholder high-level body, or what should be the multi-stakeholder high-level body. In the past few years, we have seen some increased attention from the UN Secretary General to digital-related themes. So we have had, in 2018, a high-level, very high-level discussions in a group that was assembled in order to discuss what digital cooperation was, how could we develop in like a common strategy for the world and for the UN around digital cooperation, and what was the role of the IGF in all of that. So this has led also to one roadmap that was made as a result of thematic and multi-stakeholder roundtables in a process that was led by the UN. And some of these discussions, one of the roundtables was also about possible improvements to the IGF regarding strengthening and also strategic improvements to this fora, because there has been some criticism and some discussions in the past year about how this space might be losing its relevance and everything else. So this was all part of the roadmap and related discussions. But when you look at the roadmap, we have the paragraph 93 that says that one of the goals, one of the ideas that were listed was the creation of a strategic and empowered multi-stakeholder high-level body, the MHLB, building on the experience of the existing multi-stakeholder advisory group, which is the MAG nowadays, which would address urgent issues, coordinate follow-up actions on forum discussions, and also relay some policy approaches and recommendations to make the IGF more propositive or more present in some of the policy related discussions. And in the same context, a few months ago, or maybe years, I lost track of time in the past few years, but that was also a document by the co-champions that led the roundtable on the strengthening the IGF part of the digital cooperation discussion. The document that was called Options for the Future of Global Digital Cooperation. They also listed that there was a significant demand for stronger digital cooperation and leadership with regards to internet governance. So that's when the multi-stakeholder high-level body and now the leadership panel all come in as I was saying, as an attempt to make it all more relevant and maybe more present in some of the policy discussions. But when we started doing the debate around the MHLB, there was also some points about how this group should work together with the MAG, the multi-stakeholder advisory group, and also how this should not be like clashing with the MAG's functions, how these two groups would actually function together. And the idea was like for this new group to never overcome or like represent any weakening of the already existing spaces and everything else. But like just to wrap up, last month, IGF Secretariat and the UN as well, they both announced this call for the IGF Leadership Panel, which is kind of the how everything is coming up to form, which has invited international civil society, intergovernmental organizations, private sector, governments, and everyone to submit names of candidates from developed and developing countries to be part of this panel. And the idea is exactly as I was saying, like to have a space that's with more relevant names to kind of help debate the IGF mission and everything else. And as you were saying, Emilio, like on the past few weeks, there has been a lot of discussions about what is this group, what are these people, like why is there a need for like a new and high-level body, and whether or not it will represent that all of our efforts around multi-stakeholderism, around the IGF, they would instantly become top-down, because as part of the digital corporations discussions, these were all this is also a UN led effort, that's like mostly supported by member states, and this is one of the main concerns. And just to finalize everything, so like the comments were about this overlap between this leadership panel and the MAG. Also, why would we need to give way more space to, I don't know, private sector, social media companies, and maybe even some groups in civil society said that there was a concern about an uptake of all of our discussions, and maybe we should, like kind of a concern that this new leadership panel should introduce into the IGF space some imbalances in between private sector, civil society, and everything else. So I guess, trying to sum up what is the MHLB, the leadership panel, and the past discussions in a few minutes, that's kind of what I can say. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bruna, for making a lot of interesting points, I think. And now I would like to pass the floor to Juan, who's been who you have been on the IG ecosystem for several years. So if you could give us an overview of the youth participation in the IGF and the evolution of the youth-led initiatives.
everyone. Since I started on being part of this ecosystem, I don't even know that I was part of internet governance. During all these years, I've been seeing so many efforts of you people trying to get a main and a common goal in different spaces, and sometimes these initiatives work and another doesn't so much. And a few, any. The main characteristic from my point of view, of those initiatives that have been successful is they understood that even with some conflict of interest and overlapping of functions, what they want is to achieve, what they want to achieve is a community of diverse groups. It's bigger and more important, not just to them, but also for the future of you as a one voice in the decision-making process, as a player among the rest of the stakeholders. The last description for me fits really well with the process that I'm seeing right now in the internet, in the IGF ecosystem. When I started, we, different groups, organizations, collectives, or young people that decide to join forces, I have constantly evaluation of the process and focus more on how they can contribute when it comes to policy making and using spaces as the NRIs with the U at regional, national, and local levels, and coordinating between them positions that are being reflected in a global and local way. Being an example, all these efforts are an example that the bottom of a multi-stakeholderism model of internet governance can work if we are open enough for everyone and we are open enough for diversity. But that's the situation right now, and that has been because we are driven by the necessity of change, of making our voice heard, something that we never forget, because that was the fuel of the creation of the Youth Summit. The Youth Standing Group. At some years, we had a voice representing you in the IGF opening and closing ceremony. A track dedicated especially to us in the main events of the IGF. There is a lot of work to do. We have to recognize that. But if we continue that way, in this way, we are going in the right direction. And we should continue joining forces from our nation, regions, and globally, because that's the only way of stop being tokenized and start making decisions in the main environment where a lot of our lives are being living right now, and probably will be for so many years. So if we keep quiet, we will be letting others to define our present and our future. And remember, we are everywhere, you people, we are everywhere, just in case we forget it and someone make us believe the opposite.
Thank you, Juan. Now, Eileen, my question is for you. You have been on YCIG steering committee for 2 years now. So what can you tell us about the Youth Coalition on Internet Governance and the participation of youth in IGF work streams like the DCs?
Thank you very much, Joao, and hi, everyone. Well, the Youth Coalition Internet Governance has been contributing actively in the dynamic coalitions ecosystem, starting from collaborating and support the statement on the core internet values, which was signed last year with other DCs. And we also collaborate, participating in webinars, and most importantly, engaging in the DC paper. Basically, this DC paper describes the story of the dynamic coalitions, and also the achievements and the suggestions for the future, especially making a call of action for remembering the work done so far by the dynamic coalitions and how it could fit within the roadmap on digital cooperation and the multi-stakeholder high-level body. I invite people to read the DC paper. I also invite everyone to check the report of the DC main session that took place yesterday. Going back to the Youth Coalition Intergovernance, we have been advocating for the voice of youth for now 11 years. Yesterday, we were reflecting on our discussion during these years, and we got to the conclusion that youth is getting more attention and is highly involved in the ecosystem. This year and last year, we have the opportunity to organize the Youth Summit with the support of the host country and several partners. Personally, I want to thank Emilia and the Youth IGF Poland Steering Committee members for trusting in us to contribute in the organization of such important event for youth. However, and this is something that we are still finding worrying, is that non-youth people still have doubts about youth participation and how we can contribute meaningfully. We still see tokenism, as Juan was saying. We still share our messages and recommendations to all the stakeholders, but for the other side, we are not seeing the response that we wish. Well, I can share briefly that from the Youth Summit Working Group on Inclusive Internet Governance, Ecosystem and Digital Cooperation, for instance, we mentioned several recommendations to the IGF, like increasing the linkages between the NRIs and the youth NRIs, considering youth as a stakeholder and bringing voices from marginalized communities into the discussion of the IGF. When we say youth as a stakeholder, we are not saying just to put a tick on a list and just, I don't know, for example, giving youth 5 minutes to speak at the panel. That's not what we are looking for. We are looking for equal participation, and that stakeholders could see us as an agent of change, that we can participate in equal footing in decision policy making bodies. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your interesting input. So, Emilia, we have been hearing and participating at the Youth Summit. Could you tell us a bit more about the planning and the points of action elaborated by the working groups? How is it connected to the roadmap of the digital cooperation and the UN Common Agenda?
Okay, thank you very much, Aileen and Juan have already mentioned a few things about the Youth Summit, so I just would like to get you a little bit more details. So the Youth Summit, the project Youth Summit, because we called it a project because it wasn't only the event we had this Monday, but also it was a whole process. So it was the idea of it was born from last year's experiences. Something that Aileen just mentioned, that postulates by youth are maybe they are listened to, but we don't see much power, much effect that those postulates were causing. So we thought about the ways how we could change it, like how we can find a way to make those postulates more effective, like effective in real life, so causing real changes, even the small ones. So hence the idea of having it in the form of the project, so preparing those postulates in advance. We have been working in 8 groups led by youth experts from Youth Observatory and Youth Coalition on Internet Governance, like Juan, like Aileen, who supported the group participants with their knowledge and their experience in the field of the internet governance, And each group was looking for the challenges in one particular area of the internet governance. And the final result of their work was points of action. And the idea of those points of action was that they will include answers to 3 questions. So first one, what is the challenge in the particular field of the internet governance? The second one, what is the solution? So it's like a classic postulate, but also the third part, to whom this point of action is targeted, like who could actually help in implementing that. So what we wanted, why we wanted to create such points of actions is that they could be directed to the very specific groups of people or governments or companies or organizations. So our really amazing groups, because participants are all very, very, very brilliant people, the same with coordinators. So they prepared points of action, and we have already presented them during the Youth Summit. I see that Eileen is pasting some links in the chat, so if you could, Eileen, also paste them the QR code or the link to the webpage when you can access the first version of points of action, the sneak peek into this work. But soon we will publish the whole report with all the points of action, with research that stands behind each of them. And also we would like to start targeting them, to delivering them to particular groups of people or politicians or organizations. And we just want this idea to evolve, to be continued after the Youth Summit. Right now, I can't tell in which way it would be exactly, but I really hope that more and more young people and initiatives will join us, because we already are having conversations with initiatives like Youth X Policymakers or with Friends for Leaderships, which are also the youth initiatives, and we just hope that if the more of us will be on board, the more perspectives we'll get, the more voices we will be able to include, and maybe the more power we'll have. So yeah, so that's from my side about the Youth Summit this year.
Oh, thank you, Emilia. Thank you too, Juan. With this speech, we will finish the first session of our talk, and let's go to the fun part of the session, which is discussing on a shared document about some policy questions. So I will send the link to you, or yeah, 1 second. I'll send the link in the description. So yes, this youth position toward the present and the future of digital cooperation will gather opinions from the participants of the session and later thoughts from the partner youth initiatives like Youth SIG, Youth CIG. During the following weeks of the IGF, the idea here is just to expand the impact and the products that we create here. So the document will be published in early 22 and will be widely spread through the IGF mailing list and other platforms. So the idea is that everyone can participate regardless they are on site or online. And for those who have connectivity issues, our online me, I will get your comments and try to show to the on-site public. So this document will have 3 sections. One about what are the remaining challenges of including people in the IGF process, we'll have also what roles should young people have in the development of MHLB initiative. So this is the second section. And the third section, we will talk about what are relevant stakeholders that can help us improve our participation and how can we influence them. So we invite everyone here, online and on-site participants, to send comments, suggestions, and inputs to this document. So the panelists will go to each section, 1, 2, and 3. So please give me your contributions in that order. Remember that that I will do this connection with all people. Oh, okay. So let's discuss about the first section. What are the remaining challenges of including in young people in the IGF process? Oh, Pedro wants to talk. Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, just to make a small comment. Pedro Lana, for the record, from the Youth Observatory. I believe that one of the main problems that we have today to include youth is, and that we actually don't talk about that much, is reaching new audiences. Meaning that usually the people that are included in internet governance ecosystems are already part of some institution, some organization that already has this contact. For example, in Brazil, it's really concentrated in some states or in some universities, or some study groups. And I have also noticed that in other places, in European countries, in Asian countries, it is also really concentrated in the same spots. So it gets kind of a place where everyone already knows everyone. And the new people that come in are part of these groups that are already included. And it's something a little bit hard to do, to get to these new places, to these new groups, but it's something important to make diversify, not just regionally, not just when we're talking about things like gender and these things, but also getting out of our more traditional spaces that we already reach normally.
Okay, thank you, Pedro, for your inputs. Now I am seeing here that Nicholas is adding some comments to our document.
Hello, everybody. Nicolas Fimarelli from Youth IGF Uruguay. Well, I think that in order to have what are the challenges for include more people, more young people in these processes, I think Pedro stated very well. The issue is that there are people that are out of these processes, or maybe they are not. They have no knowledge about that these processes exist, right? There are like these multi-stakeholder processes happening when everyone has a voice and every voice counts. Not every time people knows that, but Internet Governance Forum is a place where all these voices will be heard for these people that do the decision-making processes. So it's very important that we create more online platforms, like, for example, software-based platforms for people that cannot participate maybe on site or have not like sufficient internet connection, for example, to join a Zoom meeting. They could also participate via documents drafting, as we are doing already today. But we need to share this more diversely, like in social networks. We need to reach other spaces, also marginalized communities, like in rural areas. we could prepare some temporary internet hubs there, providing some satellite internet or something for a period of time. So these people, for example, the unconnected one, could participate because something that always happens is that we talk a lot about the unconnected, but we are the connected ones. So we need to raise more voices. And also something I was thinking in the last IGFs was to include, for example, people with disabilities, right? Maybe blind people. So we could have like different groups of youth people. For example, I don't know, some school of blind people in a country could also have their own youth initiative, because they will have some opinions and some recommendations for the future of their internet that maybe has a difference in the way that they communicate, no? But at the end, we need to have this inclusivity of all the people. So I think we need to reach more spaces. That would be my opinions. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Nicholas. Yeah, your inputs is very valued because when we think about the internet, we think from our perspective, right? So bringing marginalized groups and bringing people that are not usually being heard, it's very important, very essential to us to understand what are their problems and work on it together.
For me, one of the main remains challenges is to be more included in the decision-making process, not only as a consultant person or someone that just heard the opinion, but also that being the ones that take the decisions is for me that is the main goal that we should go and we should try to achieve. For me, that's what we have to do in the future, and also what Nicholas says about the inclusivity, thinking in the way of the or like this testing these new technologies to be more adaptable to sort kind of people actually is a great idea, or because we are developing like new technologies and new ways and new policies without thinking in 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 thinking and including really the people that we think they need to be included.
Thank you, Juan. I am seeing that our brainstorm in the document is becoming very extensive, so thank you all for participating. It would be nice if we skip to section 2, just to gather some ideas around the subject, because we are running out of this time. But please remember that we will continue working on this document for the next few days. So let's remember about what is section 2. What roles should young people have in the development of the MHLB initiative?
Okay, I'm going to say something about this. The multi-stakeholder high-level panel is a place where they didn't include any policy related to young people. They are pretty much going to transmit the results from the IGF to the government, but they don't mention in any part of the document young people. So if you ask me, we have to start with that to to include in the objectives of the multi-stakeholder high-level panel young people.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Juan. Nicholas, you were going to talk, please. Go ahead.
Yes, Nicolas Fiumarelli for the recording. So about the roles that the young people have in the MHLB or could have, I think that, well, as the structure of the MHLB is to advise the Secretary General in the urgent issues that the IGF has, like coordinating follow-up actions. So I think that with the enormous work that the youth has already done, I think we would need to be like considered another stakeholder in this level body, because this could be like the bridge between the IGF discussions and outcomes and all the things that is happening also in the best practice forums and the dynamic coalitions and other relevant bodies. And well, as one of the key functions of this level body will be to receive the reports from the MAG and then to promote to the IGF in the way of outcomes. I think that the youth need to be like the stakeholder that be more engaged in these processes. I think, in another sense, I think that the youth has a role that is to communicate these outcomes also for the broader community, like in social networks, as I said before in my comments. So we need to go broader, like to the wider community, and try to reach all the youth initiatives with these outcomes, so they could read what the outcomes were. So in all this full process, and then contribute, how to say, like in a retro thing, right? So at the end, we will be constructing the future of the decision making and the actions, the follow-up in actions that will happen from every part of the world. That could be my recommendation for the MHLB.
Oh, thank you, Nicholas. I completely agree with you, and you know, everybody that worked or participated at FORA that don't have this kind of initiative, you feel the lack of participation from other groups. You feel that there is too restrictive, and when we work with this kind of high-level bodies, you bring people together. You say like, oh, we have these youth, and we need to integrate them, to renovate the ideas, to bring new perspectives. So yes, I totally think that we can do a lot with this kind of initiative. Oh, okay. Juliana is coming to speak. Please go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Juliana, just for the record. What I wanted to know is how, from Emilia's perspective, how easy was it to interact with the government and receive support to organize an event such as the Youth Summit, and in general from the other panelists as well? What do you think are the challenges and opportunities that youth have when coming to ask for support from external entities, either their governments or companies, or yeah?
Please, Emilia.
Thank you for the question. In this year, I can say that we were lucky and unlucky in the same time. We are lucky because the initiative of the Project Youth Summit was very much supported by the IGF Secretariat, and also at the same time by the host country. Like they were interested in what we are doing, and at the same time they didn't really interrupt us, like they didn't try to impose their ideas, which was actually quite good because we are the young people, so yeah. But we are also unlucky at the same time because when it came to the private companies, for example, They were not very eager to invest in this year's Youth Summit because they just they thought that it won't happen, not at least in the physical form. So, for example, we planned to bring much more people here. And firstly, everybody was very enthusiastic. We had some propositions of funding, but then people started to, like the company started to withdraw because they just thought that those people wouldn't make it to Poland anyway because of COVID and restrictions. But what I can say, and I think it will be answering more the third question actually, is what I think who could support young people is private sector. Like, I think this is very underexploited area of potential cooperations. First of all, because private sector is the money is power, is influence. So if we want to have the very, very, very strong backup, I think that private sector is a perfect place. The big companies like Google, like EY, like PwC, different kind of companies, because a lot of them, maybe they are not a very technological companies, but they have something in common with that. They could be a great partners because, there's also a lot of them there are people there who are just enthusiastic about helping out young people. Like, for example, we have had a very great cooperation with PwC for some time, and they were just very, very supportive. So I think that if we are looking for some supporters, of course, the different kind of organizations, public and non-public, like, for example, NASC, which was also a great supporter for us. They were absolutely amazing, and I think that Youth Summit wouldn't happen without their help. But also, these private companies is where I would look for support and help.
Oh, thank you, Emilia. Yeah, the core of the IGF is about multi-stakeholderism. So it's very important, the input you are bringing to us, because this joint effort that made this event happen every time. So thank you for your inputs and explaining what were the difficulties you had this year. But here you are near the end of the event, and everything went perfect. All the sessions, everything. So with that in mind, we know that this multi-stakeholder process works, and we are trying to improve it, bringing the youth perspective. Okay, so I would like to pass to the session 3 about what are the relevant stakeholders that can help us improve our participation and how can we influence them. I saw that someone already added some text here, so I will say the ideas that appeared here. Okay, so like applying funding to programs like the Internet Society Foundation for youth to be able to participate in the IGF process during the whole year. The whole year, as you said, Emilia, in your last talk about the difficulties of that the lack of funding in the so near to the event, you had a lot of trouble to reschedule and plan the event. But so maybe if we work together to a joint and long-term cooperation process, this could diminish this kind of instability that usually tend to happen. Oh, there another suggestion here is about the mentorship programs or similar activities that allow us to get connections with high-level representatives, because it doesn't matter if we talk about the subject but doesn't pass beyond our circle this information. So it's very important that we could reach other stakeholders with our work, like representatives of organizations like the UN, ITU, and so on. And of course, we need to work closely with the private sector, because they are maintaining the internet, as we know, and they have a lot to contribute. I see that Nicholas wants to talk, so please go ahead.
Yes, I think that some relevant stakeholders that already could be very necessary to talk to them are, well, when we return to our local communities, for example, in Latin America, there are some countries from the OEA that has their open national government plans. And at these open national government plans, you have the opportunity to propose things like digital citizenship, things about transparency. So I think those places could be nice to reach the authorities and say, well, we are a group of young people involved in internet governance. Maybe you could state like projects in your country with the help of the government. I think this could be a strategic thing for the open government plans in the different places. I don't know how these plans or communication with the government are doing like in the different regions, but in Latin America, I think it's a nice opportunity to engage more with government. So maybe them could help in the sense of organizing some more meetings, creating a wider local community. So that are some ideas that could help talking about the government stakeholder, right? Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you for your inputs. Sorry, what? Oh, Nadia raised the hand. Okay, so please go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Nadia Chechia, and from the European Dialogue on Internet Governance, or EURODIG. And I actually wanted to take the discussion from the other side. EURODIG organizes the Youth Dialogue on Internet Governance every year. And one component that's extremely important to us, which I also think was something that you try to address with the section 1, is an important thing for us is to empower young people through skill building. So it's also something that was reflected in the Youth Coalition on Internet Governance meeting beforehand. I think that was yesterday, where it was said that making sure that young people have the right skills to be able to sit at the table, things like negotiations, things like public speaking, giving them therefore the opportunity to bring forward the points that are important, so they don't get obfuscated by things that that people are fearful about. And this is one thing that EURODIG tries to aim to do. And we are always working together with young people. And every year, our programming committee changes with new young people from previous years to keep bringing this input in. And this is also what I hope to see at different levels, that we are continuously also engaging with each other. So we're always talking, or a lot of the discussions were about engaging other people. But I also think that it's important to remember how we can foster the ideas among each other, not just about how we can reach out to others, but what kind of skills do we have among each other to be able to reach the goals that we want to achieve, whether that is bringing a point across that is so important to you or to your community, whether or not it is finding a position with a job for example, getting the support that you need to be able to participate in events like this. A few years ago, when I was part of the Youth Coalition on Internet Governance, I supported 35 people with their visa application, and only one was able to get to the IGF in the end. And that's really poor. I think that we could do better, not only in the amount of people that we can support with their visa applications or with documents that they need to access places like this. I think building that type of community among each other allows us to support each other. And then I also wanted to comment on the mentorship. I really love mentorship programs, and I think this is a really great way of engagement. My only concern is when I think of mentorship programs, the concept of mentor in itself is a trusted advisor. It's someone that you build a connection with, someone that understands you, someone that's looking out for you. And over time, I've had people within the Internet Governance Forum that looked out for me, like telling me, oh, this is a great session. I really think that suits your skill set, or that you might find it interesting, or you're going to learn a lot from this speaker. And I think that if we focus too much on the type of people that we want, we might forget about the connections or the interest in you. So if we think about mentorships program and thinking about what we can get out of them, then sometimes we forget a little bit about ourselves too, about things that we cannot see for ourselves. But mentors can be younger and older. I have a lot of people at Eurodig who are a lot younger than me that tell me about a lot of unique opportunities that are happening that I should get involved in or learn more about. And I think that is such a great opportunity to make sure that we bring that information out there. So it's not limited just from the top down, because then we might as well all sit in a webinar and all get the same information. We can connect each other. We're all living in different parts of the world. We're all connected on different levels and fronts. Any little bit of information that I can give you, I am always willing, and I'm always prepared to put you in touch with the people that can try to make your life a little bit easier. So I hope that you also share that sentiment, that when you see that, not only for yourself, but also for other people, you do that too. I think you two should be connected. And I've also had that many times at the IGF, that people came up to me and they said, hey, this is someone who was talking about the same topic. Maybe you should talk a little. And that's great. And I think that together, and then growing from this sentiment, we keep getting a youth that is stronger and stronger and willing to connect with each other and willing to overcome kind of that fear of the other that we sometimes seem to have when we talk about America, Europe, China, Latin America, this fear of who is who, that among us, if we can find this camaraderie, we can solve a lot of problems as well, just by being supportive. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Nadia, you brought some interesting points to us. I believe that the ideas we build here should not be to be contained just in an event that happens once a year. So it's very important that we can grab our ideas from here and apply during the whole internet governance process. I would like to thank you all for participating at this session. I think we discussed about the MHLB. We also did actually pretty interesting brainstorm work here in the document. I really appreciate. So please, let's applaud our panelists.